years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall?
Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God!
All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
Baoding, one of the best players in the world without a bracelet. Maybe that changes today. Or maybe Kristen Foxen wins bracelet number 6 in the 25K high roller. And with that, we welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker at the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is WSOP Countdown, coming to you almost live from the Paris Ballroom, where we find our gorgeous, our stunning new set, stage, arena. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And filling in for Norman Chad, who is once again on assignment, is our special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Alan Keating. Here, a pleasure for us to have you here on our show.
Welcome. The pleasure is all mine. I'm a fan of the show, so.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Our first fan, about 2 weeks in. How's the commentary been? You've been on the High Stakes Live, part of WSOP's broadcast, mixing it up with HCL. Don't mind Martin Cabral in the background. We just try to test you with these little things, see how you succeed in this role.
He waits until we're actually live, doesn't he?
Of course he does. He knows what he's doing. How's that show been for y'all?
I've really loved engaging with every show that'll have me, whether it's commentary or interviews and shows like this. So, I have a passion for it. Being around professionals like you guys, I mean, it's really fun, and it's a learning experience. And
I'm also very attention hungry, Alan. So yes, I totally get it.
I enjoyed you on the comms, but I like watching you play. Why aren't you whooping those guys' butts?
I'm trying to develop some different skills.
Okay.
I have a passion for what you guys do. For sure. I'm really impressed. Jeff,
maybe you could do it while you play. You put a headset on while playing and do comment. I don't know.
That probably doesn't work.
Yeah, that's like a third-dimensional move. That
Yeah, you're right. We've been in the booth before. I've really enjoyed it. Like I think you could do it all. I'm not sure if Norman Chad thinks the same. You know, did you catch his rant the other day about you?
No. Can I see it?
Okay. Yeah, sure. He says it. Let's roll it. Yeah. Were you not so happy earlier today, or should I rephrase it as why so mad? Norman Chad.
Why so mad? Why am I so mad?
Yes.
Well, I'm a huge fan of Alan Keating, poker man of mystery, the James Bond of high roller live streams. Suave, debonair, elegant, ice cool. No first name needed. He is forever Mr. Keating. He was scheduled for a first-round 25K heads-up match yesterday against Piotr Krupa. He never showed up, and Krupa earned a walkover to the round of 32. Why was Mr. Keating AWOL? Well, he had played 2 nights earlier at Doug Polk's Lodge Card Club live stream in Austin, where he won $1 million. And he told Poker.org's Dave Woods, quote, I was tired from the Lodge game and have a suite for No Doubt at the Sphere tonight and wanted to be rested for it. No doubt? No doubt? We're talking about the lightweight pop rock hack-and-a-half dilettante band whose heyday was 30 years ago? He had to be rested to lift a Dom Perignon bottle from his arena suite while listening to a bunch of 50-somethings belt out Don't Speak for the 37,000th time?
Good song.
Hey, pal, you're rich enough to torch 25 grand as a no-show? Fine by me, but you are no longer Mr. Keating. This is the World Series of Poker, Alan.
Oh, demoted now.
You're just Keating now.
Hey, to be targeted by Norman Chad for a rant like that is an honor.
So we have to know, what is something, I know you can be a little cagey about money sometimes, but what does something like that cost you? A suite at the Sphere? Because like a baseline ticket there is like, I don't know, $250 probably. So what's a suite run you? And if you don't tell me, I'll just go find out for myself. So.
It was a good suite. It was like 36,000 or something.
36,000, and how many people were in this
32.
suite? 32 people.
Yeah.
That's like $1,000 a person.
To Norman's point, I invited some Gen Zers, and they're looking at, they're watching No Doubt, thinking like,
who the hell's this?
Yeah, they left halfway through. Yeah.
I guess Tapes, it was $61,000 when you include the heads up.
Well, no, he was already including that. It was actually 11,000 plus the 25,000.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Was it worth it missing the heads up? Now, look, there's some mystique about you, some aura. You get some aura points for this, but can you really just talk to us about the rationale skipping your second round for this?
That is my favorite tournament of the year. I played it last year.
Well, apparently not.
It is, I swear. It is. I had purchased it, months in advance, and the friends were flying in, and I felt like, it wasn't the right thing to do by them. But it is my favorite tournament of the year, heads up. It's such a raw way to play poker. I like it.
You are an international man of mystery, and I'm always trying to get like a little information out of you, a little bit more about like what your background is, and you're pretty cagey about it for the most part, but I have to know, are you an investor in Gwen Stefani's subscription prayer app? Is that where all your money comes from? Is it something like if you sign up for the Celestial Kingdom package, you get an extra one time during the World Series of Poker?
Hey, I may need it because I'm going to be playing the 50K tomorrow.
Here we go.
That was my question. Are you going to play any more tournaments? I know you've kind of made it known you're not a big fan of tournaments, but you're playing the 50K high roller tomorrow.
Yeah. We've got some friends coming in. It will kind of be a group thing. Some of them are late regging. I've learned this is the correct way to do it, but I don't know. I want to get out there early and fight.
But to David's point, it's safe to say that tournaments don't move you. You're fire not fueled by tournaments that much, or can you walk in here and get a little bit more inspired, motivated?
Oh, I get incredibly inspired walking through here.
Okay.
There's that optimism that I remember being 21 and just walking through the doors for the first time.
He remembers 4 years ago.
No, that never goes away, and it's a different type of poker, but it has its own merits. I don't mean to cut it down. I've cashed in the main event 5 times.
Wow.
I think.
Will you play the main event this year?
Yeah.
There we go.
That's one you can't miss, right? Something about it. The main event in Las Vegas, there's no other tournament.
Do you feel like the fearlessness that you exhibit in cash games has to be toned down a little bit in tournament play?
That's my difficulty with it.
Okay.
I feel like the patience is rewarded more than I got in me or I appreciate necessarily. I want to go out there and fight, but I should be folding more hands.
Folding's not fun, though.
It is tough. It is tough.
I mean, if you really want to make Norman mad, you can go to No Doubt and then re-enter the 50K a bunch of times.
Yeah.
So that's one way to do it. If you max late
Norman
red, you
is
can
known
only
to be
fire one bullet.
Very against re-entry. That's the joke here. Norman hates re-entry.
Yeah, he has a point. He has a point with his rant as well.
Well, I'm just curious. Did you like maybe reach out and see? Because that's a tournament that fills up. There's 64 seats, and typically there's people who may want to play who can't get a seat.
Sure.
To see if they could either refund you and allow, if they could find someone to take that seat, then refund you and allow someone else to play, or was that not even a consideration?
Yeah, that is the one part that I regret is if ever I got in the way of someone playing the tournament, that's a genuine.
I think, though, for 1B, I do recall, if that was 1B, there were 63 plays.
Still.
And they were scrambling to find that 64th, so it would have delayed it even more to find that 64A to replace your spot. So don't feel too bad.
Whoever got bumped should have just got taken to No Doubt. I mean, that's the way that you work that one.
Dimitar Danchev, by the way, ended up winning that World Series of Poker bracelet event. Let's check out our newest bracelet event winner from last night. It was the $1,500 PLO high-low, and now we will see one Fred Norman getting it done for more than $235,000 in that 1,500 PLO 8. Josh Aryeh finishing in third. His quest for an 8th bracelet denied. Here's a player who finished second last year in the 5K. In the 5K no limit. David, he just learned PLO 8 a couple days ago, played the tournament, won the tournament.
I'm going to be honest. I often find that when you just learn a game, you have such curiosity and it's so new to you that you're just so aware of everything, and you actually sometimes do better. The first time I played stud was the time when I won the bracelet. First time I played No Limit Deuce to 7 a week later, I got second place. So it's like when something's new to you, you just don't take anything for granted. You're just watching everything around you, and I think some players that you have some success early because of that.
You gonna jump in any in the mixed streets?
That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah,
trying to
sell
my guy here on the 50K PPC.
There's parts of the story that I definitely don't want out there, but I played mixed one time.
That's the part he doesn't want out there.
Yeah, I saw a game in Bobby's room. I was out with friends, not No Doubt, but I come in and I'm like, oh, it's mixed. It's like 300, 600, and Negreanu was there. Other people were there. They pulled up a chair. I was playing deuce to 7, and I was holding on to aces and stuff like this. So you say maybe it's helpful to be new to the game?
The name might clue you in.
In
To 7.
this instance, was not helpful, yeah.
Okay, so we're down to 6 in the 25K high roller. We'll have complete final table coverage of that today. But Stapes, how did we get here?
Buckle up, buckaroo. It's time for the tight laydown. It's playdown day at the 25K from 22 down to 6. Hold on a second. Beetlejuice. Oh my God, there he is. It's showtime. Nice independent frickin' chip model. First actual highlight, a short stack. Nick Schulman gets it in with the computer hand versus the K9. Schulman needs one card to be a queen or a 7 and the other card to not be a heart, which is actually easier than it sounds because computers have no souls. Don't call it a comeback though, literally, because he doubled up to 3 big blinds and was out a nanosecond later. Next up, Kristen Foxen. Seen here not foxing around. She has 2 players all in and crushed with pocket queens. The letters A and J appear in Kala Jurdovic's name 3 different times, which didn't leave many of them in the deck, and Foxen fox them both up. Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast next gets it in with only a dozen outs against Galen Hall, but unfortunately for him, Galen is holding the king of spades, and since blockers are very much a real thing, this prevents him from hitting either of his 12 outs both times. Never mind that 7 was blocking those other 2 7s, and Rast is cast into the abyss that is 14th place. Ignore the Mission Impossible music because we're going to do an Indiana Jones thing as Jesse Lonis gets the other 2 7s in against Galen Hall's Queen 9. Hall, dressed like a treasure hunting archaeologist, looks at the 10 of hearts like it's a map to the lost city of Atlantis. WSOP Paradise, December 3rd through 17th. But another 10 on the river leaves Jesse Lonis underwater, out in 13th. Hall, seen here, not wanting to breathe in the noxious gas from opening King Sekhmet's tomb, has flopped set over set against Thomas Moolacher. Both players river a boat. Moolacher gets crushed by the giant boulder trap, while Hall walks away with the idol and the whip. Moolacher has no ticket to the final table, but at least he walks away with $100 grand. Not bad. Next, Ihar Soika calls it off for his final 2.083 big blinds with ace-7, but it's no match for the treasure hunter's blood diamonds. Or will he make the straight? There's no predicting what this swashbuckling adventurer will do, as Ihar Soika is eliminated and reminded that the true treasure is not the friends you make along the way, but the $222,000. The action adventure resumes tonight as the final 6 play down to a winner and open the Ark of the Covenant. And that, my babies, was the tight laydown.
Great WSOP Paradise plug. Thank you very much for that.
You
the boss is getting in your scripts.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I just get paid $5 every time I do a plug.
David, you've been on the call throughout this tournament. You think anybody can stop Galen Hall?
I think if you ask Galen, his answer would be himself. There was a hand at the final table that he was quite upset with himself with how he played it. He actually posted quite a long post today with a huge breakdown of his thought process that was very insightful. But he did regain his composure. He did finish with the chip lead. So, you know, I don't know. Let's take a look at the chip counts.
Let's do it.
So we do have Galen Hall as your chip leader with 53 big blinds. Kristen Foxen, though, not too far behind with 31. Ignacio Moron, Joey Weissman, Bao Ding, and Zizi with 14 blinds, rounding out the final table. The payouts, min cash, all these players are guaranteed just over $300,000, with the winner getting over $1.7 million and a WSOP gold bracelet.
And you are on the call once again for this final table?
Excited for that. I mean,
it's going to be awesome.
No surprise, it's a 25K high roller, but this field, this final table is super stacked. All these players are tough. I would not be shocked at any of them coming home with it, and I'm excited to be on the call for the conclusion of the final table tonight.
So, Alan, David said it, it's a 25K high roller, that we title this as a high roller tournament. A couple questions for you, but first off, how high would the buy-in need to be for you to consider it a high roller tournament?
Yeah, I like the box you put me in.
A little more than 25K?
Maybe a little more, but yeah, I mean...
He's like, per hand?
Coming out here, I was thinking about the most fun I had was probably the 1K tournaments that I played,
cool.
early out here. Maybe the conversations flow and you meet new people and stuff like that. And these more competitive high rollers, you know, everyone knows each other and it's down to business, and people may be a little more defensive about giving information away.
Before we get to our picks, just quickly, I want to highlight Kristen Foxen because she is second going into this final table. So we take a look at her 5 WSOP bracelets for more than $17 million in career live tournament earnings. She is a member of the Women in Poker Hall of Fame, and now I think we can say that she's just one of the best poker players in the world. We don't have to say anymore one of the best female players, you know, all of that. She is just one of the best to do it and has to be considered a favorite to do it today.
Yeah, one quick interesting tidbit too. Her first 7-figure score, all those accomplishments, her first 7-figure score was this September in Jeju. Then she had another one in March, and then she had a third one in May, just last month. So she is really informed coming into this World Series of Poker.
And I got to say, you know, the Foxens, both Alex and Kristen, you know, poker isn't the same game it was when me and David and Norm started, you know, where it was about being the biggest degenerate you could be. Jeff and Alan, you guys were still in high school at this point, but it used to be, you know, cheeseburgers at the table, swilling beer, smoking sometimes still in the poker room. And I got to tell you, when I see these guys in Europe, everyone else is jet lagged or at the buffet breakfast. Alex and Kristen Foxen are at the gym. They are working out their minds, their bodies. They take it very seriously. You know, this is what it takes these days to be a great poker player. I know somehow you pull it off by pulling all-nighters all the time, but it's really the players who focus on this stuff that end up doing really well in tournaments, at least.
With that said, Alan, I'm sure you have to admire that kind of approach that Stapes brought up for players who are so committed to the game, and everything that surrounds the game is just building them up for success in it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely relate to Stapes and how he described the game being, and I think maybe seeing Jason Kuhn through mutual friends, his attitude, much similar to how you described the Foxens, it really opened my eyes to the amount of dedication and sacrifice that these top players are really putting into the game, and absolutely I admire it.
Yeah, that is the perfect approach for these kinds of high rollers. That's a great example with Jason Kuhn. All right, let us get to some picks. David Williams, you go ahead.
You know, typically it's the chip leader, but I did predict a woman would win an open bracelet at this World Series of Poker, and this is the one, Kristen Foxen. She's taking it down.
And I did predict that Kristen Foxen would win World Series of Poker Player of the Year, only to be bashed by this gentleman to my left. If she gets it done, she's going to win a decent amount of points. Tapes, who you got?
I'm going with Galen Hall. David left the chip leader open this time, but not only am I picking him for that reason, but Galen is a survivor. What am I talking about? Well, not only has he won more than $7 million in the Circa Survivor pools, but there was an incident here at the World Series of Poker a couple of years ago, too, where he took there's a photo of him, by the way. 2 checks, 2
That's a lot of money.
entries in the Circa Survivor pool, both for over $3.7 million. So that's Survivor number 2. And then secondly, there was an incident where Galen saved a bunch of people. Someone on Twitter asked him about it. He says, I went out the back, tried 2 doors, both locked, third door locked, kicks in the door, takes people into the ceiling, and the only person who got injured was because they fell down while they were up in the ceiling. So Galen Hall, a survivor in more ways than one, has always been a very sharp guy. I think that with the chip lead, that's more than enough for him to take this down.
Mr. Keating, would you like to throw out a pick for today's festivities?
ZZ stood out.
ZZ.
Yeah, a Chechnyan.
Yes,
Yeah.
And a backgammon player. I would say turn poker player, but he still has a bunch of backgammon international championships on his resume.
I think he won something very recently. So.
Yeah, in Monte Carlo. High roller, high flyer, does it all.
ZZ's not dead, baby.
Poker and backgammon for ZZ. We will see that final 6 coming up on our live stream. We're showcasing every single hand. They sit down. We start rolling. David Williams alongside Ali Najad on the call. Yes. You know what that sound means. I've still not memorized this line, so I'm going to look back into the script for it. It means that the blinds are going up, and it's time for us to make our move and pray. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from here at the World Series of Poker.
Mr. Keating at a seat, 25K in the heat. Round 1, calling lights were bright, but Alan vanished into.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand.
Let's go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall?
Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
This is the new home of the World Series of Poker. Here is your World Series of Poker.
And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 2026 World Series of Poker coming to you from the Horseshoe in Paris. We are in that Paris ballroom as today is the day that we deliver our champion of the 25K High Roller 8 Max, a World Series of Poker bracelet, and $1.7 million, the biggest first place prize of the series so far. What started with 345 entries, what started with a field full of the best in the world, ends today as 6 players have their shot at WSOP glory. It is time to officially welcome you to our set, to our stage, to our arena, to our mothership. Hi everybody, I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all so much for being with us. Our final 6, guaranteed at least $300,000. Let's go ahead and meet that final table. He's one of the best players in the world to have not yet won a World Series of Poker bracelet. Perhaps that changes today for Bao Ding, who moves into #1 on China's all-time money list with a top 4 finish or better. Ignacio Marón will shoot up Spain's all-time money list no matter what happens today. This his biggest WSOP score. He is seated next to one of the best players in the world, the 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Kristen Foxen. She says yes to 1 out of every 5 interview requests of mine. She's seated next to Galen Hall, our chip leader, who looks for his 2nd World Series of Poker bracelet. Also, by the way, still has action available on PokerStick. If you guys no, we got no time for that. Got to move on. Alrighty then. Zdeněk Žižka, ZZ, the former backgammon star. I say former, it's more current. Turned poker player. He won a bracelet last year, and he's coming off that 14th place finish in the GG Millions this year. Joey Weissman passes the $10 million mark in career live tournament earnings with a 5th place finish or better, and he always brings an electric rail with him. Cannot wait to see that rail today. Before I send it to you guys in the booth, I wish you all the best of luck in this 25K High Roller final table, and I tell Sal to please shuffle up and deal. Here we go.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. As we get the cards in the air, Ali Najad alongside David Williams looking for a home for $1.77 million. And, of course, a coveted World Series of Poker bracelet. Galen Hall, all eyes on. 16 million, 53 bigs as we get things resumed with the blinds at 150 and 300. Joey Weissman under the gun. He folds over to Ding Biao, not Biao Ding as it is printed. This is due to the assembly of surname first and then first name second, often in Chinese culture. I know this firsthand from Ding himself, so that's why you hear us in the booth often mentioning it in what might seem to be inverse order. Meanwhile, the order of the day, I would imagine, David, is going to be Galen Hall breaking out the mallet and pounding.
Yep, we got ZZ here in the big blind, the short stack with just 14 big blinds. Galen finding an ace in the small blind, going to have an easy decision here to just put them all in, but not an easy decision for ZZ here with ace-5.
Just a little bit too deep to comfortably defend, and therefore he does lay down. Worthy of note, of course, the pay ladder. Right now, all 6 of these players have secured $300,000, roughly, 301, let's call it. But it's 113,000 plus the difference between 6th and 5th, and that is something everybody wants to seize and enjoy, not be left on the outside of.
I mean, I did.
Yeah,
like
these are
10 times when I
some real
flipped
jumps,
it.
real money.
Problem.
Ignacio Moron with a suited king. Going to raise it up. And of course, this is always risky business when we conduct ourselves in front of the chip leader who looks down at 2 6s.
Yeah, he really has such a great spot with his chip stack in relation to everyone else. He can put them in ICM prison, you know. Obviously, we can see Ignacio's hand can't really stand a 3-bet, but if he were to be 3-bet with like a real hand, but not something top premium, he still would have quite the decision with ZZ sitting on 14 big blinds.
Are you surprised at all that Galen would come with the flat as opposed to run a little exam on that King 6 open?
I'm a little surprised, but I defer to Galen's decision-making than mine with a big stack at a 6-handed final table. I'd do what the boys say, go animal if I were him, but that's probably why I don't close when I'm at those final tables.
Jack 8-3. It's a double-edged sword, of course. Sometimes you run through a World Series of Poker main event final table like Grindr in under an hour, and other times you find yourself on your bike, as Tony G likes to put it. Meanwhile, Moron swings and misses. Checks it over to Galen.
And I imagine Galen in this spot would be betting his entire range because he knows Moron has to pretty much fold unless he really connects. Moron's going to be extra cautious, so perhaps that's a reason to not 3-bet. You allow yourself a smaller bet to get the mission accomplished post-flop.
And an honest post-flop exchange it was, as worst hand checked and best hand bet.
No, it's 20
And
bigs.
let's send it down for some of Galen Hall's thoughts before play started.
Well, Galen, how much pressure would you say accompanies this role of chip leader?
None. I mean, particularly because I ran super hot to get here, so, you know, doesn't feel like there's a huge sense of, you know, inherent justice attached to it. So I'm free to play, you know, as well as I can.
I know we saw you last night get pretty upset at yourself. How do you manage emotions at this final table today?
Yeah, I mean, I think like a lot of poker players try to like suppress and crush all their emotions. And I think it's fine to just have the emotions, recognize that you have them, and then don't let them affect how you play. I mean, I don't think, you know, I thought I played a hand poorly, and I was really upset at myself about it. But you know, if you look at the following hands, I think I thought through them pretty well, and continue to make good decisions. So, you know, it's just, yeah, I was upset. That's fine. That's part of the game. Don't let it change anything you're going to do, and then you know, keep going.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Galen made a really insightful post today about the hand where he got upset, where he felt he misplayed. It was pretty long and detailed, but it's worth the read if you're into poker theory, poker strategy, you want to hear what someone like himself thinks. So you might want to check that out on his Twitter account if you're interested in his thoughts. I loved it.
Any cliffs on that as we look at Weissman's top pair?
He just explained his reasoning with the hand with Maron when he had the queens, and he didn't raise him all in and didn't apply pressure, and his thought process about ICM and what he could do. It was just very high level and very detailed.
Meanwhile, this one's being kept low level, pre-flop, limp, check back. Both players checking the flop, and now Ding's queens turn into Broadway as he takes the lead.
Yeah, and I think what you're seeing here is both these players being extra cautious due to the shorter stacks at the table.
Weissman checking again.
Ding here with the Broadway. Could put some money in for value, but by checking back, it's very deceptive, and you might get a bet out of his opponent.
Oh, and that's brutal on the end. Third heart shows up. Both players playing the board.
Yeah, I think both players realize that they're likely going to check this pot. Chop this pot. Not a lot of flushes out there as played, but also no reason to get reckless in a pot. You're probably chopping up 3 blinds. One of them tries to bluff and the other one rebluffs. All of a sudden you've inflated a pot and now made it worth attacking, and things could get out of hand. So
Weissman going deep into the count before ultimately finding the check. See if anybody tries to usher the other out of this pot.
Showdown.
The answer is no. You see Ding Biao frustrated, obviously.
Give me 50K, please.
To be fair, he was behind on the flop.
Yeah.
But once he turned Broadway, he certainly didn't want to share it.
yeah, he was behind on the flop, but he had more equity on the flop than Joey did on the turn. So I think that's where a little bit of being irked, I wouldn't say frustration, just being a little annoyed, where that comes from.
Certainly going to be able to shake that one off.
Ooh, look at that jacket. Chrissy with the heat. I love a good jacket.
Blue leather? Is that what we're working with there?
Raise 600.
Somewhere MJ is smiling down on that piece.
Hee hee. Man, I might ask her, can I borrow that jacket here after this tournament?
I don't think that one's going to fit you, David.
I'm getting pretty slim and trim. I don't know.
But
People
still,
haven't seen the new DW, but
you might be on halter status and crop top mode in that thing.
You're right about that.
You know, midriff, not a good look, no matter how in shape you are.
Looking like my man Helmuth in a basketball jersey. Shout out Phil Helmuth. I love you, man, but I just can't stop joking about him in those jerseys.
Do you remember where he tried to drive a NASCAR in the Rio parking lot?
Just smashed into the wall.
Put it into a light pole, bro. The wall would have been like...
the light pole. He is... There are some all-time legends, not just for their ability in poker, but who they are as people in the poker world, and he is definitely one of them. We are truly blessed to have people like him around.
Yes.
We are.
Agreed.
Love you, Phil. Don't block me on Twitter, please.
Nah.
He did block me once.
Did he really?
Yeah, it was weird.
Oh, that's brutal.
I had to literally beg. I was like, come on, Phil. I've loved you forever. Let me out.
He got mad at me once upon a time for going in on him when he was eating at the table, but that was like a thing for him. He was doing a lot of it on purpose.
Yeah, man.
You know, and then he was like, you were kind of mean to me. And I was like, stop, Phil, come on. Queen Jack for ZZ here in the hijack, and no gracias.
Yeah, it's tough when you're the short stack because in some ways there's no one you can outweight, but he's not critically low. He's still got over 10 big blinds, so he's just going to be extra cautious. Maybe someone else makes a misstep. Maybe someone gets coolered, and he can ladder up and make a 100,000 profit on top of what he's already guaranteed.
Limp here from Moron's Jack 6, dominated by Chrissy. And the Fox says check. Ace 10-8, open ender here for Kristen. Would imagine a little sprinkle here will get the job done.
Yeah, you can't really put Moron on having much here, and I bet would be nice, but she opts to check it. I was going to say you could just take it down without having to make your hand.
Then you can always just check back and make your hand. Double gutter, of course, for Moron here. See whether or not that's something that excites him enough to try to grab what's in the middle.
And with that Jack of clubs, he's got a pretty strong hand that he can represent things. So he opts to go ahead and bet 2 big blinds, bluff at it.
2/3 pot as it stands, and this is working out brilliantly for Kristen.
Yeah, in position with the second nuts. She can allow him to keep betting by just calling, keep his bluffs in. Perhaps the river, he gets a little spazzy.
Oh, what a brutal, I mean, first Ding Biao carved it up with a 10 on the end, and now Foxen is going to find herself doing the same here against Moron, who thinks he just hit the perfect card to scoop this thing, but Scherzies will be the outcome.
You may not get this, but so far it's like, looks like this has been a day for Stapes to be in the booth.
Everyone loves a chop
That's
pot.
right, that's right. He's done with that, by the way. He said he left that with the other team.
Really?
Yeah. I asked if we were going to do it the other day. I go, we going to do it if it comes? He goes, no, Hardigan got that in the divorce. That's done. And we have not done it. So I imagine all this money is going to get in. They're going to make it take a while. I've always said in these spots it'd be nice if like a producer came out and said, okay, guys, chop it up. Let's go to the next stand. Like in a spot where.
Yeah, sure.
But it does create weirdness because then if they don't come out, then you know that your opponent doesn't have it. So you can't do that. But they're going to. That's fair. Here comes some posturing, some tanking, some raising, maybe even a click. And
well, you know, during this time, perhaps we can make a market, you know, prediction market on whether or not Stapes is actually going to say everyone loves a chop pot at some point.
We had a lot of chops together, and he did not.
But, you know, it's still worth making a market, especially because in this grifty era that we're in, all it would take is a bunch of people loading up on the Stapes ain't going to say it, and then the last day he's in the booth, boomby.
Oh, yeah. Go to Poly Market.
Scoop.
Finessing Poly Market for bread, as our man Drake says. Here they go. She clicked it a little. He got the rest in, and she knows once he 3-bet, it's all in. The rest of it, we're chopping.
Yeah. Like, what a river.
Sat down at the 08 final table? Or?
Moron, by the way, that track jacket, as you see husband Alex looking on from not far away as he's at the feature table of the 25K.
And do I spot
6 max.
Our guy, our man? Nick?
Yeah, you do. Booth brethren Nick Schulman. He's just too good at poker to spend much time with us in here. It's negative EV.
Yep. What does that say about me? No, I'm just kidding. Never claimed to be close to that level, so I enjoy being in here hanging out. I'm a recreational player. Here we go.
Upstairs goes ZZ.
Ace-10 suited at a 6-handed table. Likely the best hand. And everyone knows his range is pretty tight coming in under the gun with that hand, but
it's the stack that everybody is looking at and kind of hoping will unravel.
Yeah. The thing about it, though, is like, let's say he does go broke. Someone's always going to be in the cellar. Then there's another guy. But it's about relation to the other stacks. Yeah.
Yeah. There's always a proverbial short stack, not always a literal short stack. As you see a pair of 10s being threatened here by what was an inferior ace pre-flop for the chip leader and now has become the nut flush draw. And let's consider how much pressure Hall could apply should he so choose.
Right. I mean, Hall's in a really good spot here. He can just apply it all and likely, you know, takes it down against the hands that miss. We see his range. He has ace-10. He paired. He's probably not folding, but if Hall were to go for it and get called, he still has 37% equity. Could just make the flush. An ace might be good, he's thinking. So he has multiple ways to win this pot. Turns out the ace is not good, but I imagine we see some aggression from him.
You think he just leads right in?
I think so, because you want to give your opponent the chance to fold, because if he checks and his opponent puts chips in the pot and he check raises, his opponent might feel committed.
This is an ask for all of it now.
Yeah. I like it. Really tough spot for ZZ. I mean, you do have a 10, but your opponent could just have a queen. But would Galen jam into you with a queen? I think he can maybe decide that his jamming range is probably a lot of high spades. Maybe high spades with a pair. Really tough spot for him. Not an easy call by any means.
I mean, put yourself in ZZ's shoes. You've got second pair, no spade. You've got $113,000 pay jump you're trying to realize. But what you don't have is a lot of time, David. 2.5 bigs in orbit, 6-handed. It comes quick.
If he folds here, you only got 10 blinds left. Are you going to get a better spot? He knows Galen's hyper aggressive. He could very well have the best hand. But he knows if he does have the best hand, he's definitely up against at least a draw.
Multiple time extensions being utilized as he tries to sort through the situation he finds himself in.
Yeah, I mean, he can kind of rule out a made flush. It's not likely Galen would just rip into him with a made flush. It's a hand where Galen likely wanted to give him a chance to fold. So that can kind of narrow things, I think. Would Galen do this with a queen is kind of what he's thinking. So he correctly susses out. His 10 is ahead.
And we've got our first all-in call of the day. Everyone excited at the prospects of a pay ladder and a departure.
We're running deuces. Huh?
Here we go.
Zdeněk Žižka, just 27 years of age. Vienna, his hometown. The turn, however, not his friend.
You guys not see the
economics major and professional backgammon players, certainly with a admirable performance out here today, but ultimately not able to hang on. So he will be the first casualty of the day, collecting that north of $300,000 and leaving the rest of the field with that 113K pay jump. 413 and change now.
Very hard to see.
The on-deck payout with a bigger ladder of 164K, David, between here and fourth place. Galen Hall stack not to be overlooked.
Oh,
massive infusion. And what's going on here? The grinder playing some stud high.
Okay, he's laughing and smiling. He started the day as the chip leader, though, and looks like he was basically all in there.
Osmus and Alan Kessler out there at that table.
Grinder always having a good time at the table. Love that about him. Even when things are down, he's still having a good time.
David.
He had crumbs, then he finished his chip leader, and now it looks like he was down to crumbs and just won a 20 big bet pot. Still having a good time. Heard he was out burning the candle at both ends, though.
Yeah.
Last night. With the final table to play. Heard he was still being grinder. Out there grinding.
Chris Brewer out of the frame until this point.
new mixed game player.
Yeah. And obviously has done well for himself to get down here to this FT. 20 bigs. Naruya Kihara, who already picked up a bracelet in the 10K No Limit Deuce, also alongside.
Dialed in.
I'm telling you, man, the Japanese wave, tsunami, dare I say, it's here. They are taking this World Series of Poker by storm in bigger numbers each and every year. Shi Bang-xiong actually won himself the $1,500 stud, and now he's making a play at this one with those 52 bigs.
Fellow 1,500 stud winner there. A lot of luminaries have won that event. Nick Schulman, Scott Siever, Johnny Bax, David Williams, all 1,500 stud champions.
You know, Kessler, he's got the rings, but the wrists are kind of barren.
Yeah, let's get Kessler a bracelet, guys. It's
but
been
also
too
kind
long.
of let's not.
What? Come on.
No, but
he lost one heads up
hang
to
on.
Antonio, by
Guys,
the way.
Poop is here. Ryan Miller, the greatest nickname ever given to a poker player. A more G-rated derivative of course, the famous Little Shit to those who know him.
Little Poop.
Ryan, by the way, a fairly recent father, so congratulations to him and his wife, Jason Kluska.
Total live earnings, 28,000. Jumped in the 10K stud with all the pros. Psycho Bunny T-shirt.
You know, I'm going to just put a
Louis
read on
V
things.
shades.
Regardless of finish from this point forward, Kluska's going to have himself a little day club kind of party.
Oh, he's definitely a day clubber.
You know what I'm saying? That's you've seen that guy, and he might be in that very outfit.
So someone asked Poop question mark. I'll let you explain that after we watch this
kinda
inevitable
did, though.
clash between the pairs, 7s and 8s.
Ding on the right side of it, of course, Pre.
Again, I don't think Ding is really looking for a lot of variance here. I don't think we're going to see him want to pump these pots up. He's in position here. There's shorter stacks. Like you said, these pay jumps are real.
KG flat on the button. Of course, we want to proceed with so much caution. Sure, we've got 413,000 locked up, but there's still another 1.3 plus to play for if you can make a run at this bracelet.
And Foxen getting 6.5 to 1. Pretty good, easy call. And wow, she smashes this flop.
Yeah, pair and a flush draw, David, on the jack high board.
Again, though, it's really tough being in second place, having the chip leader on your direct left in this pot, being the aggressor. Like, typically a pair and a flush draw is a hand you can play really aggressively, but not in this situation. She's really handcuffed. It would be a catastrophe to bust to Galen Hall with 3, I guess there's 5 of them, 3 other shorter stacks than yourself in these pay jumps. So it's actually a really tough spot for her with this hand. Likely going to want to play it low variance style and just try to call. But maybe not. You know.
I'll tell you what, Ding has issues in this pot here once Kristen comes along, whatever form she does so in.
Yeah, so let's see if Chrissy goes with the low variance play or if she just represents something as strong as she has and goes with some aggression, which really puts both players' hands, as we see, in a tough spot. But what does it do to their ranges? What is Galen's range? I think it's pretty wide raising under the gun at the chip lead. So she does know that. He's going to have some air balls here. Is he crazy enough? Like if she were to raise here, would he re-raise with nothing? Is he going to come along light? It does look extremely strong, which we see that it is if she comes with the raise here.
Do you think that flat from Ding on the button makes her more or less likely to play this as a raise?
I think it incentivizes her. It's extra money in the pot. It puts pressure on Galen in a weird spot. And yeah, and she comes with a big raise. I love it. Not afraid of the ICM pressure. She's going for it.
Yeah, and she's recognizing the pressure that she can leverage onto Ding. But first, Galen Hall has to navigate this spot.
Galen with 7s here, I don't think can participate. He knows Chrissy's range includes some jacks, which then he's just got 2 outs. Yeah, he's got to let it go. And so does Ding.
Excellent procedures there from the mighty Kristen Foxen.
She is here to win it. I love it. You knew when she showed up in that jacket, though, she wasn't here to mess around.
I feel like they should have got matching ones.
Her and Alex?
Yeah, I mean, different size.
They probably
for
don't
him,
make
obviously.
one that fit those biceps, really, to be honest.
Yeah.
And
I think he needs stretchy materials.
yeah, you don't want to be in a tight leather jacket.
Nah.
No, that ain't going to work.
The form fitter.
Love to see it. Way to go, Chrissy. She was my pick to win on the Countdown show today. Now, granted, we have to pick someone. Any of these players are all more than capable. And they gave me crap because I always pick the chip leader, so I couldn't pick Galen Hall. I'm rooting for Chrissy. But I'm also rooting for everyone else.
Two raise, 650,000.
We got a raise from Ding here with a really strong hand in the cutoff. I believe he is now the short stack after that pot, putting in a pre-flop bet and a flop bet.
3 raise to 1,300,000. And we've got
Sorry.
exposed cards.
Oh, how did that happen? You see it?
It was weird, yeah. I feel like that happens to me.
I thought I marked it completely
Yeah,
flat.
Moron with a
Just like
what could be a little bit of a loose 3-bet here, knowing the situation with Ding stack and him being the smallest. He's probably not opening light.
So the third scoop application of 1.3 being deliberated on.
All in.
Yep, here we go.
The anticipated response.
And if you're Moron, you can't call here.
No.
Last thing you want to do is double up the stack shorter than you and put yourself down there.
So Moron is now given a bundle away after opening with King 6 suited and then 3-betting with King Jack. Not a criticism, but just an identification of how his day is taking shape. As things proceed, you wonder whether or not the results are perhaps going to leave him making some adjustments.
We did see some weird play with the ace-4 offsuit being one of the shorter stacks yesterday at the 8-handed table, so he's not afraid to play unconventionally.
Every FT needs that kind of villain, doesn't it? The one person who just throws the ICM into the bin a touch.
I mean, it's not even if he's really throwing it to the bin.
I know,
he's
that's not a fair way to characterize what
yeah, he's
Ignacio
doing his
is
own
doing.
thing.
But just somebody who stirs the pot, if you will, as we see Nick Schulman grabbing a ladle.
Let's go,
giving
Nick.
things a whirl with the pocket 5s on the button. This is day 2 of the 25K 6 Max, and there's another member of that Japanese delegation, Jun Obata.
The spirit of gambling. I don't know what that hoodie is, but I want one. Tokabu?
Maybe that's the Japanese word for the spirit of gambling.
I like it.
2 10s.
Wow, look at Nick's
A
stack.
spirited 3-bet up to 140. Fairly significant commitment off of that chip depth.
Yeah, and the ranges are pretty wide in a 6-max tournament. But that doesn't mean people are just 3-betting with air balls. So I think with 2 5s here, Nick is in position, so he knows if he does call, he will be in it's not the worst spot, but
Whatever you got there works. Okay, thank you.
they do have about 1.5 SPR to play.
6-3-3 is going to be a fairly difficult board for the 5s to get away from for the time being here. As the pot grows to 310,000, 410 effective, what they play for from here.
And if you're Obara, you got to love your hand here. Your opponent doesn't have any 3s at all in his range. It's not likely he's calling your raise from the blind on the button with a 3 in his hand. If he had jacks or better, he might have gotten 4-bet. He's got to feel great about his hand here. Comes with a small bet relative to the pot.
95K. And he will be bringing that sizing with kind of full range, so it's not as though Nick can read into that as being somehow scared.
Sometimes he has ace high here, so Nick with the pair of fives is going to call, see if he's got the guts to bet again on the turn.
Now the pot at 500 with 315 left to play for. The setup does feel very much with an undercard to tens rolling off and no draws completing, like it's ripe for a jam. And yet O'Barra going to try to deploy across 3 streets here, David.
Little milkage. Nick's got to be thinking, is this value? Is that what's going on here? Is he really? He wouldn't play this way with ace high, would he? That's kind of what Nick's trying to figure out here. What his range is and how he would play it on this board with him calling, 3-betting.
It's such a face-up plea for action at this point.
Yeah.
From, you know, a hand that rates to have the 5s beaten. But we know when the line is suggesting this, we can sometimes take advantage of that storytelling to take a lesser hand and try to ride it to glory. But Nick, as he so often does correctly, finds the bin. Unfortunate to be taken for at least 1 street of value post-flop there, but caps it at that. We will be checking in with some regularity on this particular event, by the way, as you see level 12 where they're at right now. See if we can spy some of the other talent involved. Certainly is some of the upper crust of poker, and boy, that man there has been doing it across 4 decades, David. 10-time bracelet winner Eric Seidel. Made so impressive when you consider what poker was when he first embarked on the journey to what it's become today, and he's still stride for stride there with all the greats.
He's goated.
Hall of Fame status. There's Sam Soverel.
4-time bracelet winner. Scam Soverel is what we call him sometimes.
He's got both ankles and both wrists decorated. Imagine if they just rolled like a small slot bank around kind of wherever Sam or Chino were playing at, and they could just, in between hands, put some spins in. I mean, surely their host can make the arrangement. Oh, looks like the dark side has been joined for Sean Winter. No Jedi vibes here.
Yeah.
$38 million winner over the course of his career. He kind of flies slightly under the radar in that respect, by the way. El Jefe. There he is.
Oh, yeah, he got a bracelet last year. I forgot about that.
Yeah, $2,500 freeze out broke the seal for him. $449K. But much more importantly, I think the accolade for Kerry, who very much isn't here for the money. Such a successful man. Danny Tang, you want to talk about success? This guy, since joining the high roller ranks, has just been on a tear. Won his bracelet back in 2019.
You know, I'm thinking about this rolling around slot machine, but I'll let you get back to these players. We'll
I mean, it's a great idea.
Got some ideas.
Dylan Lindy, 3-time bracelet winner in there. A lot of people have been doing these red tinted shades and stuff. This is an effort to ward off
spirits, evil spirits.
I don't know about evil spirits. The light spectrum kind of, headaches, things like that. Here's a real headache if he's parked at your table. Artur Martirosyan, just a beastly presence. 2-time bracelet winner, regular on the high roller circuits.
So you know how the lady walks around with the tray, cigarettes, candy, cigars.
Back at the Commerce?
Oh, they have that here too.
Do they have
casino,
candy, cigarettes? Okay, yeah, what about her?
Instead of the tray with the candy, a slot machine wrapped around her neck. And she walks up, slots, spins, pulls, and you can just get a pull in, and she's walking around the poker room. Imagine, think about that. They have to make a lightweight slot machine. It has to have like a double back strap, so it's like not too bad.
No, it doesn't have to be lightweight.
Shoulders.
We can get a durable cocktailer out there, Oh,
back to the 6 max.
Get some orthopedic inserts and just cut her loose, That would be amazing. And by the way, maybe like a pony keg attached. So one side is a handle for a pull, the other is just a tap. You know? I mean, we can really go places with this thing. Talking about going places, into the Terror Dome is where Mike Monchek can take you in a hurry. He's a presence here at this table.
Ooh.
Ace King, and you want to talk about terror. Ace Jack suited, that one hand that is in such an awkward spot as Shulman is going to get after some of the chips he just passed over to Obara.
Obara Shulman 2, Electric Boogaloo. Let's go.
180.
Rather meaty 3-bet. Last time it went from 40 to 140. Nick coming with 180. Your Obara here. Again, the ranges in a 6-max tournament are so much wider.
You're right.
You sometimes see people play a little bit crazy in 6-max tournaments, but not in the 25K day 2. I mean, these guys know, he knows Nick's not out here just in the win with nothing. But he is in position as a very strong hand. 1.5x pot SPR again.
Oh my goodness. Top pair and the nut flush draw for Obata. Shulman cannot get away from Ace King. Might we be seeing heaps head toward the middle in a hurry?
Yeah, I mean, I think most likely this money's going to find its way in the middle.
Whether it's here and now on the flop or on the turn?
Or on the turn, yeah. And I see some people asking, we are still covering the final table of the 25K high roller, just giving you some bonus coverage of these players here in the 6-max.
$125K follow through into 400. Again, the small and wide follow through is to be expected. And Ace Jack can't simply assume that it's best here in the face of that pre-flop action.
But look, as you can see, even against the hand that's crushing him, like Ace King, he's still got 46% equity because of that spade draw, because of the jack. So if his opponent's hand wasn't even as strong as it is, he'd have even more equity. So there's no reason for him to go anywhere. He's going to play this by just calling it.
What a dirty way to improve on the turn, because it's so much more hidden than when the spade turns up. And for Shulman, I think the peel leaves him aware that there are some other ace X's, including ace jack perhaps, that lurk. I wonder whether or not he feels with the two-tone development, the coordination a little bit here, it's time to just get after the remaining 500, or if maybe he slows down. I just...
Yeah, I mean, it's really a tough spot, right? Because you know your opponent has ace X's in their range, but you're blocking that by having an ace yourself. You know they have mid pairs that they would just likely fold here if if they give up, if and believe you, but Nick's going to just go for it.
And he's going to be beaten into the pot, of course, by
Obama. One out.
The King of Hearts dead. Shulman doesn't know it. The King of Clubs is what needs to show up for him to send Obara packing and spare himself from being on crumbs.
Just a brutal cooler.
Sub 10 big blind stack is what he'll be left with in all likelihood.
Come on.
Ugh.
And that card makes it official. Shulman asking for the count. What a brutal spot there.
Nick's going to be on 9 big blinds. Still something to work with. Obviously not as meaty as he was when we first joined it on this table, but not out yet.
There's no quit in that seat, by the way, with respect to Shulman, so we will keep tabs on him as Obara is surging at Nick's expense. Tokabu, by the way, they've stepped in to advise us a Japanese meme coin, a crypto coin.
Okay. I can get down with that.
You know, I can't, because last year we famously submitted Night Shift coin into the crypto sphere.
You guys make any money with that?
Well, I don't even really know. Somebody, I think, created it. We haven't yet pumped it so that I can dump it.
Okay. Well, let me know before you dump so I can get in on that action. I love a good pump and dump.
I want a rug. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm going to be open and honest about it, you know? That way I don't have to feel guilty. If you held the bag
If you hold
should
this
have
too
known
long,
better.
you are going to get rug
Yes.
pulled. FYI.
Right.
Buyer beware.
How it's no different than being in the pits.
Look at Galen on the button, 7 deuce, even though it is suited, not the offsuit variety. Getting after it, putting the pressure on the boys.
$1.7.
And Ding coming back with just ace deuce. Surprised Galen is taking such a measured approach and not just relentlessly pounding these guys, because Moron has a shorter stack than Ding, I believe. So if he had just ripped it in there, I know he has 7 high, but regardless of his hand, just to put maximum pressure on Ding's 3-bet. But I guess he gives Ding's credit for being a lot tighter than having ace deuce in that range.
Well, it might be day club time as Ding Biao collects a pot, and it looks like Jason Kluska might be collecting a payout here if this river doesn't hit him.
Guys, I need 2 sides, he's telling me.
Oh, he's a Bach player. He's calling Grinder appearing a Bach player. He's like, let me get in there. You see where he messed up? He should have given it to Grinder and let Grinder squeeze, because Grinder's got that magic touch.
Face card is a heart, so it could be the queen of hearts. Because he had a black.
He needs to make a second pair.
Ridiculous.
He needs queens up to beat the aces.
Not the needed queen of hearts as the squeeze gave him a sweat, but ultimately would not give him that pot and extended play. So GG's to Jason Kluska out of there in 8th. $34,000 going his way. Brewer and Miller on hand to show some love.
I'm looking at the chat. I see sometimes people complaining, why are we showing other tables? I see some people saying, show us more of the other tables. Let us see the stud. You can't please everyone.
Free money.
No, we learned
Maybe
that long ago.
ace-6 is better than kings, you know, eventually.
King 10 suited here for Weissman back at the FT of the 25K high roller, where ZZ has been the only casualty of the 6 players that began today's action. 5 remaining, as you see at the top of your screen. Still at the 150-300 blind level. Ding Biao just 3-bet moments ago, but that was against a Galen Hall open. Weissman's ranges should be different.
Oh, here he is. He does decide to take it up.
So perhaps a gear shift here out of Ding Biao. Testing out some of these opens.
I mean, he's shown he's not afraid to get involved and mix it up. Weissman with King 10 suited, normally a pretty strong hand, 5-handed, but you get 3-bet. And we keep talking about it with these rather large pay jumps. Your opponent's 3-betting range likely crushes King 10. Gonna give it up.
So performing handsomely across a couple of spots there with his pre-flop 3-betting selections is Ding Biao, and those are nice little pickups, man, because with 5 remaining, every 5 hands at present is costing you $750,000 in chips. You can evaporate in a hurry.
Not a lot of places to hide at a 5-handed table.
No, you're right. Well, here it is by the numbers. The buy-in, of course, we've established. The prize pool north of $8.1 million, and the on-tap payout $413,000 with a 164K ladder. If you can work your way into the top 4.
Ding has quietly moved himself up into 3rd, and he's approaching Chrissy's stack. Just a little bit of aggression.
Limping? As the two offsuit jacks are going to take the flop cheap. King, queen, nine. Both players with the gut shots.
Both players equally with nothing. I think Morone can suss that Ding's limping range. Probably doesn't have a lot of kings in it. Whereas in the big blind, just checking back, I think can have slightly more. He's going to check his king X hands sometimes, I believe. And he just goes to represent that. $1.3 big blind bet.
Just a polite request for the 900 in the middle here. Request denied. Morone will have the benefit of position moving forward, of course, but on the turn, that benefit comes coupled with a 4 as he pairs up.
Wonder if Morone will give up and just be content now that he has some showdown value with the 4. Or if he's going to go ahead and continue to represent. Deny some equity if his opponent has 2 cards higher than a 4 and some kind of gut shot draw with something like a 10-7, 10-8. Looks like he's going to choose that option.
$1.1.
And if you're Ding here, I think with just Jack high, you likely have to give your opponent credit for having it. I don't think he's going to do anything reckless and try to represent something in check raise or anything crazy like that. So bet that size. He's going to give it up.
Case closed. Nice outcome there for Morone, especially given the couple of L's that we saw hung on him on prior occasions in which he got involved.
Look at all those LEDs out there, all the lights. Pretty crazy. Everything moves. That set. Have you been out there?
Not yet.
It's magnificent, to say the least.
You get a daily dose of the glory out there at the countdown set.
34 days of WSOP countdown, I believe it is. We're shooting at least, and we might continue into the main event. Who knows?
That's crazy.
34 days straight. No days off.
Ace-10 now for Morone.
Yeah, in the small blind, I believe he is the shortest stack, or if not, very closely tied with one of the others.
But that is somewhat liberating in terms of knowing that there's not another stack that you're going to be able to outlast in the hunt for this 164K pay ladder. So the decision made straightforward for him. He jams with ace-10, but he runs into Foxen, who's got him handsomely covered in more ways than one.
Yeah, where I was going with that is it wouldn't be a bad idea to rip it, and he does, but I did run into a hand that can call him. Luckily, it's a flip. And you need to win chips to win the tournament, so I think he's okay being in this situation. I mean, it could be worse. At least he's not up against a better ace or a pair higher than 10s.
44% equity as the Spaniard heads over to his camp. Plenty of supporters trying to will an ace or a 10 to this board here to down the snowmen and melt away the hopes of the field for a ladder.
Clean flop for Chrissy.
Yeah, she interferes with pathways to a straight. You see Alex on hand for the sweat as well. You love how invested he is, by the way, in her performances. Deuce, sterile, and now 5 actual outs, a 6-outer in theory for Morone. Can he haul in this 11.3 and stick around?
Yes, he does. Oh, excuse me. She holds. Excuse me, I had it backwards.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I panicked for a second.
In my head, I saw the hands reversed.
Yes.
My
Solid
bad.
round of applause, by the way, headed Nacho's way.
My bad.
Along with 414,000, let's call it a generous roundup.
Universe, the run out.
60 bigs. Is she the chip leader now? I believe so.
Certainly in the territory, if not actually, as we flip it back over for a peek at another Pocket 8 situation. 3-betting it is Texas Mike here versus Alex Foxen, who opened with King Jack on the button. Now an Ace-5 suited for Swed.
Yeah, but I think knowing the aggression level of these two players, in addition to just who they are, but their strength, their raises, the positions, I don't think you want to get in the middle of that with Ace-5, and he opts to get out. Yeah, I zonked out right there at that river. Some reason got mixed up. Chat's having a field day with that one. My apologies.
Four bet from Alex here. Unclear whether or not it's the type of response he would have to just any player, but Monchek's appetite for gamble has become the stuff of legend here.
Yeah, and the 4-bet's not that large. I didn't say there's no way Monchek's folding. I would not have been shocked if he 5-bet. He's kind of an animal.
To the flop we go. Jack in the window on an 8 free board puts Alex Foxen cleanly in front. No heart in hand for Monchek either.
Yeah, and these two guys here, this is just pure poker, reading your opponent, what they have. I mean, both these players are capable of showing up with anything in this spot. Alex is a bit more measured in his decision-making, but Texas Mike can be kind of wild here and just play the player, get crazy. His opponents know that, and that frequently causes these weird, like, metagame things, where is he messing around?
260K, that which Mike has to contend with here. Doesn't really hesitate to get the call out there. Plays with pace, and now plays with an open-ender. Queen would be no good, as we know.
And with the 3 hearts out there, neither player having a heart also makes it a little difficult. Wow. Mike rips it.
Oh, and look at the furrowed brow on Alex Fox.
I told you, Mike is just out there putting his opponent in tough spots.
I mean, you could be drawing dead here with this King Jack. If indeed Monchek has hearts, you would expect some suited combos to be 3-betting from the small blind.
Yeah, and
it's unclear even if the queen rolls off if you get the whole thing.
And like, let's just say, you know, you're Fox and you're thinking about what your opponent has. Mike has something like a queen with a heart or an 8 with a heart plus a pair. You're not even doing that great. Yes, you have the best hand, but those are in the range. Hands that have you dead are in the range. There's so many hands he could have. It's just such a crazy spot for Alex. Super sicko. Gotta love Texas Mike.
What you don't love is the situation if you're Alex Foxen, though.
Right? I'm happy it's not me.
Get this wrong and you're just out. Get it right, though. And you
That's his strength.
yourself.
Mike just puts you to a test for your tournament life so often. It's so hard to play pots against him.
Extensions being properly utilized here, and understandably so.
And Alex has no hearts in his hand. I'm sure they have some experience against each other, so like that also is some things Alex is probably calling on previous hands. He's seen Mike play with him or just at the table. Alex is not afraid to make a tough call, though. I've seen it before.
Yeah, we all have. But the risk reward is what he is pondering right now.
Looks like he's got that right hand ready to slam those chips in.
I don't know, man. I don't think it's a given.
Oh, I don't either. I just said it looked like he was making the motion with his hand.
And I also don't think it's going to be a slam dunk call. It's going to be one of those really trepidatious sort of, please?
Yeah, yeah. This is the kind of call, though. If he makes it and then he holds, that confidence is going to be through the roof. It's already up there, but he's going to feel like...
By the way, if he makes the call and he doesn't hold, it'll be Monchek who is thrown through the roof.
Yeah, that would be so brutal. You make this call, you make it correctly, and then just a little 7 rolls right off. Oh, my goodness.
By the way, the sweat is so real for Monchek, who knows he's beat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he knows he doesn't have the best hand at this moment once his opponent's in the tank this long.
Foxen choose any harder on this, he's going to get lockjaw.
Oh, he's throwing it away.
Wow!
Texas Mike.
Put some respect on that name.
Whip
and he
it
shows
over,
it!
let's go! Mike is
That's
a
dirty.
savage.
Oh, my God.
How's this for you? In your eye. 2 8s.
Boy, the impish grin, too. You know, he loves it. He is here for it. It's almost like his whole reason for registering is to find those moments.
I feel like we gotta keep a camera on that table because there's probably going to be some more insane hands between those two. How can you not love Texas Mike?
And you have to love Texas Mike, especially if you're a fan of old school Gambolero poker. Meanwhile, wifey Kristen with a far less complicated spot flopping 7s and 3s and taking one from Ding Biao, blind versus blind.
I know people were complaining about why are we showing that table, but are you not entertained?
Yeah,
We got
complain now.
Texas Mike.
Complain now.
Or you can watch someone fold 7-3.
7-3 would have been gin on that last board, for
Yeah.
the record. What have we here? Stud, final table, action.
And Osmoose.
Poop and
the
JA.
aces, buried aces.
Oh, wired. What's Miller got? I can't quite make it out.
Not aces.
No, definitely not aces.
Looks like a smorgasbord back there.
Oh,
a cornucopia of numbers.
He's on his feet, and
Oh, he's
wow.
out the door. He's already gone.
Wow. No, okay.
Doesn't want his cash. No payout.
See, now you kind of know why.
Poop.
Why? Yeah, poop. You know.
That was amazing. He just dipped out of there.
Yeah.
River was. He didn't even squeeze his river. He just dipped. He must have been drawing dead, but still.
Yeah.
That was
He'll
awesome.
go and collect a turd from the payout window. 7-8-5, meanwhile, as we resume one in progress. Blind versus blind once more. Chip leading. Galen Hall limped into Joey's big. Weissman with top pair versus the open-ender.
Yeah, Galen is still chip leader, slightly over Chrissy, and it looks like Weissman is the short stack of the 4 with just 13 big blinds, 14 big blinds. With that open-ender and the overcard, I don't think Galen's going to go anywhere. Wouldn't even be shocked if he did get a little crazy and check raise, but out of position, he can call and try to take this pot away later. And he makes it.
Binky on the turn. Really not your favorite card if you're Weissman, of course. Especially with that small blind limping range that stuck around in the face of your bet on the flop, and Hall slips it to Weissman.
And Weissman knows that Galen is capable with his stack size of limping anything so that he can outplay him post-flop, apply pressure post-flop. So it's a really difficult spot here with just an 8. Your opponent does have some 6s. They have some 9s. Like, all these things are there. But you also don't want to check and just give a free card if he's drawing. Blez Ding Bao. That's why he's got all that swag. He's a friend of Blez. I knew it.
$500,000. The barrel here from Weissman, does this strike you as unnecessary at all?
No, because he knows Galen's range is so wide, he has to deny equity to hands that are just like random unpaired hands, high card hands, club draws.
And then immediately, once the extra million gets slathered, you begin to regret perhaps your choice.
Yeah. Not really feeling that comfortable anymore. He lets it go.
Those are painful as Weissman slips down near that 10 big blind threshold where multi-decision point poker begins to become more and more elusive. Just 4 remaining here at this 25K high roller final table. 4th day, level 25, 2 and 400. 577K already locked up. Meanwhile, a peek at another 25K, the 6 max. Once more, outer table. Eric Seidel has got all his chips in the middle. Mr. Brinkenhoff apparently is ready for it. Pair and a flush draw against pocket aces. What's this river? A jack? And I think the aces have held on.
Although the dealer fumbled that card, so we got to get a new river.
Yeah, no, stop with that. The 4 card. I just saw the video.
Shuffle it up and pick one.
The 4 card. That whole situation. I mean,
tough spot. Tough spot.
That's just not right. You know, if I'm on the benefit, if I'm benefiting from that mistake on the other side of that one, I just can't even feel good. You know what I mean?
Oh, I can.
No, you can't.
Give me that
no,
pot,
you
dog.
can't. Stop it. You have
Give
a
me that
conscience.
pot.
I call that obvious bluff.
I didn't do it. I didn't put 4 cards out there. I didn't pick which one to go away. Give me that pot.
Nah, but if you were on the other side of it, you have more empathy than that. Stop acting sociopathic in here. I know you too well.
Give him a WSOP countdown keychain. We got keychains, by the way. WSOP countdown keychains.
Foxen's limp gets chained by Galen as he continues to hold court at this FT, and we're going to hold on a minute as we send it down for Jeff Platt and Jared Blesnick.
All right, so we saw Blez on the rail, so I got to ask Jared Blesnick, what you doing here? What brings you here to this 25K high roller?
I actually just came to rail the grinder in the 10K stud.
Yeah.
And then check on my friend Bao Ding, who's 4-handed right now in the 25K no limit. The one tournament I played, the 25K no limit, Bao Ding had 40,000 in chips. I came into the day with 180,000. We did a 1% swap.
Oh.
Okay, he doubled to 80K. We did a 2% swap.
Oh.
Then he doubled again, and we raised it to 3%. Bao Ding is my favorite poker player on planet Earth.
And he is your hero at the moment. Tell us what it was like to be courtside at the NBA Finals.
Oh, I mean, game 1, right on the floor, 2 seats over from Ben Stiller. Growing up a Knicks fan, probably rather have the Spurs win for business.
Yeah,
but
Wemby cards.
It was the best $50,000 I've ever spent on a ticket in my entire life. People are like, how the hell did you pay $50K? In my opinion, it was cheap. If you want to spend $50,000 in New York, you're going to be sitting in the upper sections at this point. But honestly, there's nothing in the world better than sitting on the floor of an NBA game, let alone the NBA Finals.
You going to spend $50,000 on any World Series of Poker events soon?
I'm going to play, I say this every year, but I'm going to play a very light schedule.
Yeah.
I'm going to be commentating the $250,000 buy-in.
Oh, baby, breaking news to us. Fantastic.
Yeah, I'll be commentating that. I'll be commentating the 50K PPC. I'm not going to be playing it. Honestly, I love the 50K. It's too long for me. I can't, I'm a businessman. I can't get away for 5 days at a time. I'm going to play the bigger PLOs, most likely, the main event. I'll probably play 4 or 5 events.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm more here today. I have a day off, just supporting some of my friends.
Great seeing you. Can't wait to hear you on the 250K and the PPC. That's Jared Blesnick. Anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Those two have become must-see TV.
I mean,
some fantastic interviews over the years.
Yeah. Blaise is always a pleasure to
You
watch.
ever done the wood at an NBA game right there courtside?
I have.
King, queen,
Los Angeles
queen 10.
Lakers.
Wow.
Not a playoff game, not a finals game, a regular season.
Yeah.
Dr. Buss is a friend of probably yours too, friend
Yeah.
of all of ours,
Yeah.
and I used to go to the games a lot. Oh, we got an all-in
Love
here.
that.
Let's just get back to we'll get back to
I'm like
the
55%
wood later.
here.
No, stop.
Perhaps behind the woodshed
Can't even see it.
is where this queen 10 is going to be taken.
3.2.
If
3.2.
EV is any indication. Hall just ripped the queen 10 off into Joey, who woke up with an antidote. Things looking good on a 996 board for King High.
996.
Just 3 10s.
Five.
No straight draw to worry about on the turn. Keep those 10s out of my sights. That's what Weissman's saying. Mission accomplished as he hits the king for good measure.
It's like 3, right?
Doubles up to 6
Should
million.
be
He'll remain
2.8, I
courtside
think.
Look at that
or
rail.
felt side.
It's better looking rail than most.
You can have all your
Bunch of ladies on the rail for Weissman.
Well, just, you know,
Five,
having
six,
any ladies
four,
whatsoever on the
six.
rail is
Improves your rail.
refreshing, and obviously you get points for that. So as Weissman collects that pot, we look in on Nick Schulman. His plight has been rough of late. He's found 6s and put it almost all in. Tune Mulder, direct left with the ace-9, not going to be the sheriff. Juno Barra is where many of the tokens that formerly belonged to Schulman currently reside.
And just 6.5 big blinds.
Queen 5, not the one.
Oh, interesting.
Jack 8 suited for
6
Carl
blinds.
Linswed.
He knows Nick's under the gun range with just 6 blinds is fairly wide. So how is Jack 8 suited performing against that? What is that range? There are small pairs in there. And he's going to go with it.
Extra 5K. Hasn't been flicked in quite yet from Schulman. Unclear if there's a ladder of some sort.
I believe they were close to the money. I don't know how close, but I know
Okay,
they were close to the money.
The bubble could
I
be
don't know
looming
if it's the dead bubble. I mean, it might be too far away from the bubble for it to really matter. I think they're like 6 people away. There's not going to be that many busts. Good news is we saw a few hearts folded. He's got a heart. We saw a jack folded.
Being advised, by the way, that we are just 2 away from the money.
Okay.
Right now, so very sweaty moments here for Schulman and these 6s. 300,000 chip pot. Can the young Hall of Famer hold on and get some extended play out here?
No.
That flop makes it look unlikely.
Oh, he's taking the microphone off already. He's got to put the backpack on. That's how you draw that 6 out of the deck. Got a backpack, Nick?
No, and he doesn't have a diamond either. And that's a wrap on Nick Schulman. Can't improve on those boxcars. And he craps out just outside the money. GG's.
GG's, Nick.
What have we here? Boyka and Konishi. Ace King versus 4s. The King says hello on the turn. Konishi can't find a diamond either, and Akihiro's showered on the stone bubble right after Nick. So everybody in the money, courtesy of that exchange.
All right, players, we have 2 all-in calls. I'm going to start with the first one. Pre-flop batch, let's see the cards. We got ace king off at river.
Also, it looks like this hand is actually taking place at the same time. Heba against Lindy. Lindy is covered, looking for one of the 10s he's up against. Ace or king, of course, would do the trick as well.
King no longer works for him.
Take the king off the board and take Dylan Lindy out of the event. So that min cash apparently is going to be shared, given that both Dylan and Konishi busted at the same time. Adam Hendricks, is this also?
No, at 37th.
The same time?
I think,
okay.
Wait, actually, it paid 37, so that's weird. Maybe there was a 3-way split. I know it did pay 37, I believe. By the way, you can't just give yourself a nickname. I don't know. I don't approve of Iceman. It's his nickname.
No, did he give it to himself?
Either way.
He looks dead on Val Kilmer from Top Gun.
You're not Iceman, dog. He wasn't even born in that movie.
Bro, it's still, come on. He looks like he's Val's kid.
Iceman is Drake. That's Iceman.
Iceman is Teddy, what was his name? WPT guy.
Oh my God, you're right. The OG,
Monroe.
Teddy Monroe.
Teddy Monroe is
Iceman
Iceman.
Teddy, the OG. Yeah, you can't take Teddy's nickname.
I'm allowing it. Adam
No.
Hendricks is the Iceman.
Nope.
Come on.
Nope. Not gonna go.
Oh, 2 6s turning into 3 of them here. This is what looked like an uninteresting exchange between the button of Texas Mike and Tune Mulder's ace-9 and the big. Was a check call on the flop, check on the turn, and Mike's going to activate here. Mind you, you can get some loose calls down the way when you windmill 8s into Foxton's face, basically, earlier.
Yeah, an ace high is the best hand some bit of the time with Mike here. Wouldn't be shocked to see a call. Oh, Iceman is Chuck Liddell. Come on, we got lots of Icemen out here. It's not Adam Hendricks. George Gervin. Caleb Williams is now Iceman for the Bears. I don't like that. He gave himself that nickname too. Caleb Williams is not
is
Iceman.
a popsicle. I mean, talking about.
No, I love him.
Caleb Williams is dusty, bro.
Okay.
I'm just telling you right now, the Bears ain't going to do shit.
Maybe they won't, maybe they will, but he can perform. He's better than a lot of quarterbacks in this league, okay?
The Bears are going to be football's answer to the Cubs.
We'll get into it. I'm not a Bears fan, but I root for the kid. But he's not Iceman either.
You know why I can't like him? Because I went to Cal, and if you're a Pac-10, Pac-12 guy, anything from USC.
Yeah.
Unless you went to USC, you despise USC.
I get it. I get it.
So I got to be a hater on that one.
It's just that new Drake album got me thinking about all the people named Iceman and who qualifies and who doesn't. And I'm going to say Caleb Williams and Adam Hendricks, y'all aren't Iceman. Val Kilmer, you can keep it. Teddy Monroe, the OG Iceman.
R.I.P. Val, by the way.
George Gervin, Iceman.
Flipping back over to the final table where the 4 remaining players have secured a very healthy payout of $577,000. The next ladder, David, $242K, nearly $250,000. As the 2 ace highs stick around on this flop, this was a Fox and small blind limp check back. She led and got called moments ago. Now she improves to an open-ender with the inferior ace high.
Yeah, and our 2 chip leaders with significantly larger stacks than the other 2 are probably both not looking to play any crazy large pots. It's like a implied cooperation in some ways to like know that it's in both your best interests for the other 2 stacks to bust before you start clashing. So I don't think they're looking to do anything too crazy.
So coming off the throttle and now facing $500,000 from Galen is Foxen, and this is the one dude at the table you want to avoid as much as possible right now if you're Kristen, but this is far too much hand to do anything other than make the call with. Now the jack on the end, useless for her, and Galen able to show down the ace-9. Maybe an AVB, accidental value bet. I like the way that this Final Four here at this table is set up, man. You got Weissman, Galen Hall, Foxen, and Ding Biao. This is befitting what ultimately will be a bracelet and 1.7 million plus awarded. Plenty to sink our teeth into. Some may recall a PCA main event is on the resume for Galen Hall.
I was
back in the day.
On the call for that finals.
Were you really?
I was.
What was that? 2011? How long ago were we
that
talking?
Was epic because Galen was kind of an unknown then. So
Right.
watching him and the way he just manhandled that final table was beautiful. Somebody in the chat, they can tell us. When was that PCA he won? Yeah, I was on the call for that.
Right? Ace Queen, limping the small. No bite out of the Queen-9 of Weissman. 6-4 deuce, not particularly interesting.
Yeah, interesting decision to limp here. Last time he raised with the King-10. I mean, granted, Weissman's stack was a little bit smaller, but Weissman called with King-Queen. So you know his calling range is worse. Could have tried to, but I think he wanted to deceive Weissman into thinking that he would probably never be limping a hand this strong, and maybe Weissman might actually raise with worse. So we're getting 2017, which it wasn't, 2011, 1967, it's 2011, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, it was on ESPN Live, I remember.
No action on the flop or the turn. Ace high remains the best hand. Full shutdown there. Ace Queen. Uneventfully taking that one.
Just a couple guys checking it down. No big deal.
You surprised at the limp with the Ace Queen from Hall, or you think he's
mixing
trying
it
to
up.
play Count Trapula?
Yeah. He's got lots of gears. I like it. Now, he just showed that down. Now Joey's got to note that that's in the mix there, too. Sometimes he's going to be limping hands like that strong.
More stud high action. Chris Brewer and the grinder involved here. Uh-oh. Grinder shaking hands, David. I think it's the end of the road for him, and indeed 6th place. As far as he was going to get here, 54,000 and change.
He has been ground up, one could say.
Yeah.
Where do you think he's headed?
The Minty Rhinoceros. Mizraki, by the way, had aces wired, but Brewer caught trip 3s on him.
2.5.
Grinder couldn't find that third ace. Meanwhile, we find ourselves back here at Galen and Joey Weissman. Hall choosing an under-the-gun 10-8 offsuit to open with. Weissman pushing back with the ace-king and ending things.
Snap mug from Hall.
Sure.
I feel like the lukewarm cheer is almost worse than no cheer. You know what I mean?
Galen said a lukewarm cheer is worse than no cheer. Galen said.
Well, if you're looking to connect with us, obviously many of you doing so right now on the WSOP YouTube channel in the chat, but also there's Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Facebook, and Instagram at DW Poker on X. And what's your Insta?
I don't use it, but it's at DW Poker.
Okay.
I don't use it.
At Ali_Najad across the X and Instagram platforms.
Hey.
For me and...
Mama name him Twitter. I'm going to call him Twitter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. X is just absurd. What are we talking about? Talking about middle pair versus bottom pair as we pick this one up. Foxen limp, small blind. Galen check back. She's got the best of things here on this king high flop.
And with that second king, Chrissy probably likely feels a lot better about her 8, although I'm sure she was feeling pretty good about it already. Anyways, just kind of confirms that.
Check back, and then the board pairing king. Both players are going to take slightly more pride in their holdings than they had a street ago.
Yeah, she can try to get some value here. There are 2 flush draws out there, the 2 that you want to deny a little equity to, or at least charge to draw for their flush. Galen has too much hand to fold himself. Don't really see any reason to raise. Again, it's 2 very much shorter stacks at the table. Don't want to inflate pots too much without a strong holding. Nice card for Chrissy here.
Improving from kings and 8s to kings and queens, albeit front door flush arrival here. Not sure if she ever assigned spades to the line taken by Galen. Check back pre, flat on the turn.
She can still try to get some value here and reevaluate if she gets raised. A little small bet. One thing about covering his face like that is like most of his opponents aren't even looking at him and the pot's involved with them. Does call. Well played by Chrissy. The gap shortens between her and Galen's stack.
Yeah, nabs herself a little bit of value. And you see just $1.5 million separating her and Galen, as it's the haves and the have-nots with 4 remaining here at this FT. 5 remaining out at the 10K stud, though. Jeff, talk to us.
Behind me right now, it's the final table of the 10K 7-card stud championship. A few pretty big storylines developing. Naoya Kihara had just won the 10K No Limit Deuce to 7 championship. Could he win 2 10Ks in just a couple days and be in line for Player of the Year contention? We also have Chris Brewer coming off that nice run in the GG Millions. He looks for bracelet number 3. Alan Kessler is in the mix. He looks for bracelet number 1. We also have Jeremy Osmus here, the future Poker Hall of Famer, looks to win another bracelet today. James Chung rounding out this final table. We'll keep you posted on the final 5 rest of the way. First place prize of $301,970 and that World Series of Poker bracelet. Guys.
I usually like to tell people when it's good news.
Thanks, Jeff. 300 dimes up top.
I folded.
Nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, there you go.
Weissman, king 8, and uh-oh. He could get scuffed up here by the king-queen of ding. Mind you, it was king-queen versus queen-10 that doubled him up, and now he might be falling in a similar situation here as he's at risk and dominated. Just 23% equity in a 10 million chip pot.
Yeah, both players at 12 big blinds in this pot and Ding with half a big blind behind, so they're like just consolidating down to 1 player.
I had 5. Huh? You cover, right? A little.
We could be 3-handed.
Yeah, you cover.
All right, so the all-in's for 4.8.
Oh.
And
That's
yes,
5.
Val does have me covered.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So just a 200K advantage for Ding Biao in chips, but a much larger one in terms of holdings, as he's got the open-ender here. King 8 in rough shape here. Just tugging at a snowman is Joey Weissman.
And that's it.
We need a
On the
queen.
turn, Ding Biao makes the nuts, but a carve up, David, courtesy of a queen.
That's right.
No heart. We need a queen.
And Weissman can chop and take his seat again. That's the best that he can do, though.
Never
it
feels
would
good
be
when
dirty.
Your best out is a chop.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good game, Trey.
Thank you. Have fun.
Thanks.
Dry turn. And that's going to do it for Joey Weissman. $577,000 for a fourth place finish. Just giving you a sense of how incredible the prize pool is.
Really? Is that why I think
In
they
this
cheered
25K.
inappropriately the other time? Yeah, they did.
25 bigs for Ding. He's a force now.
Yeah. 10 million plus in front of him.
Alex, I mean,
Not to mention the 819,000
Get some sleep, get some rest.
Yeah.
that he secures,
Play another tournament.
And he's
along
shown
with
he-
Chrissy and
Another
Galen.
event.
He's shown he's not afraid to mix it up, too. So I imagine we're about to see some
You have like 11, 10?
really good poker from this point on. The gloves will be off, I imagine.
10 to 11, yeah.
They still have to be a little aware with them having
Yeah,
25
yeah,
big blinds. It still would be really bad for either of them if one of them were to bust to the other before Ding bust, but
So three-handed action now.
That's 400.
Ding Biao in the small flats.
Raised to 1.2 million.
You win.
wow.
Foxen.
Chrissy raising the limp with just 7 deuce off. Just playing this situation.
Yeah, you'll see these things from time to time.
She doesn't think Ding was limping a very strong hand and ready to take it down there. Knows there's not a lot of equity seeing a flop.
Sorry, you said you have what, like 10 million? I know I just asked.
I think,
10 million?
I can't remember. Something like that.
It's like sometimes
Yeah,
the sounds
I know
go
that.
in my ear and they don't enter my brain.
No, I know, I know.
Come on, Kelly Shields. Immediately after Buddy busts, he says we're going to see some good poker. I'm just saying because there's no micro stacks anymore that now they don't have to try to wait someone out. That's all. Weissman is a consummate professional, very tough player, very good player. No insult to him.
So Hall taking his turn to snack on a limp as we take another turn with Jeff Platt, who's standing by with your fourth place finisher.
Well, Joey, just sum up for us your immediate thoughts post bust out.
Yeah, immediate thoughts. I came in 4 of 6, and I got 4th. So ultimately, pretty much as expected. Not too disappointed. I honestly had a lot of fun playing this event. I was super fortunate to final table the previous event I played, so I've just been like kind of a little bit on a roll, you know, and just having the momentum carrying me through. But yeah, there's a bunch of great players up there, and you know, WSOP put on a good show, and I just enjoyed myself.
Is that momentum something you do believe in poker? I know players have different theories when it comes to that.
Yeah, I have enough experience to like just know that it is very much a real thing when you sit down and you've just seen hand after hand and you've gotten deep and you have all this experience. Like you're just a little bit more focused, a little bit more calm in every spot, and I think it really does help.
I know I ask you this all the time, but what does that rail support mean to you every single time they're out here?
Yeah, it just means everything. Nelly is literally everything to me. She just supports me nonstop, does everything she can to make my life as easy as possible. I have these friends who come out from all over the city, all over the states and just to say hi and get the chance to see me win something like this. It really means the world. So yeah, thank you guys.
Love to hear that. Now even helped us with our viewing experience. Thank you for the time, Joey. Appreciate it. Joey Weissman, 4th place finisher here at the 25K.
Nothing better than having a good support structure when you're out here grinding, as it can really leave you lean on energy as lean on hand as Galen Hall here. 7s on the button versus kings.
Nice support structure there with 2 kings.
Yeah.
2.3.
Is Ding gonna? Yeah, he's gonna ring the bell. 3rd scoop application to 2.3, and this is where Galen needs to proceed cautiously, David, not fall prey to some sort of temptation to get savage.
Very nice interview from Weissman too, by the way.
Yeah.
Just busting, came off super grateful.
Yeah.
Really nice to see.
Top class.
He's a nice guy. Galen here in position, opts to just call. Ding better be careful. Lifted his cards off the table. Flash a king.
Ace, queen, 8. 3 overs to the 7 staring us down. Inconveniently for Ding, that ace is present.
Yeah, and I think he knows some of the non-ace kings are in Galen's range. Maybe not ace queen either. Does have some ace jack, ace 10 there, but probably not too many aces. So he's got to feel okay with his kings.
1 million.
Oh, I just got a tweet from Adam Hendricks. Guess we have smoke now, DW Poker. That's what I needed, a rival for the summer. That's all I was doing.
Adam, we don't have any smoke, my boy. You're the
there's
Iceman.
smoke.
Okay, he's from Alaska, bro. It's like the place is covered in ice half the year. Just
Okay.
He's the Iceman.
I'll give him that with the Alaska
Okay,
connection.
there you go. Case
I didn't
closed.
think about
No
that.
smoke.
There it is. No smoke. Alaska, you can have it. And look, Dean takes it down. Ace, queen, 8, 3 overcards. Quick fold for Hall. He knows there's probably not 6s, 5s, king highs probably aren't there. You can fold the 7s confidently. I actually really like Adam Hendricks also.
Oh, he's
cool.
Impossible to not like Adam.
Right. No, really cool guy. Tough player too.
Yeah. Beastly, humble, accomplished.
There's a lot of that in poker these days.
Yeah, you know, I miss the psychos.
Yeah. The degenerate
For
assholes.
sure, I miss
what
the
happened
psychos.
to those
okay?
guys?
But I can't take fault with people being good people. Ever.
No, you're right. It's just I miss those crazy assholes. They're just they don't exist really in poker anymore.
Wonder why. King Jack here for Foxen, as her existence is affirmed to the tune of 1.4 in the face of an ace 7 for Hall here in the big.
That was 1.4.
Defends. Eight 4 tray board. Poor interactions for both.
With neither player flopping too much and Ding stack being what it is, I again think we're going to see some cautious play with the 2 chip leaders. Be interesting, a format where once you got to the final table, it was like winner take all, and like everybody else got the same amount to kind of get rid of the weirdness of the ICM applications, where now it's just try to win. So you actually just don't see these. You actually just see pure poker. Not that this isn't pure poker, but you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
You see bets and call, a lot of checking.
Honest post-flop exchange thus far. Hall has picked up the gutter here.
And both players feel like their ace and king high respectively could just be the best hand here.
See if Galen wants to get after this 3.2. Might feel that it's just too good a hand to bother.
Yeah, I mean, with ace high here, you're not going to get your opponent to fold pairs Like, just flat out, they're probably not. I mean, maybe if you were to make some kind of crazy bet, but if you were to bet a normal size bet and you want your opponent to have some bluffs here on the river.
Great river card for the ace high. And for that matter, Foxen with King Jack doesn't hate it.
Well, I think she's thinking, again, kind of what I just said. You're not going to, if you bet here, you're not going to get better to fold. Galen's likely not folding any pairs. And you're not going to get value from like King 10, although maybe, but probably not, because Galen might have activated one of those hands already.
And showdown.
So I think they're both content to getting to showdown here. Yeah, Galen snap checks.
So he'll snack. You see his VPIP. Pre-flop raise percentage there from GTO Wizard. They had the shirts made up, did they?
Yeah, these days it's easy to get a shirt made. I think there's a place actually out front of the Horseshoe in that flea market, you could call it.
Flea market.
It's kind of like a flea market out there.
You
with
could,
like,
you could wind up with fleas potentially.
you know what I mean, though. It's just a bunch of stuff out there.
It's the
like,
open air kind of.
but there's so many weird places out there. I went today and ventured around, and I was like, what is this?
Well, you just filled me in that Dave's Hot Chicken is out there.
Right out front. There's like a doner kebab stand out there.
Are they really doing doner out there now?
There really is. And the guy with the machete and the meat just slicing it. It looked pretty authentic too.
They got the white sauce?
I didn't taste it. I didn't get any.
It's just like you can't eat doner unless it's past midnight.
That's true.
It just feels sacrilegious.
About 6 vodka Red Bulls deep. I don't drink that anymore.
Like if I ever pulled up to a Jack in the Box at 1 in the afternoon, never. Like it's just, you know.
Never get a craving for 2 tacos for 99 cents?
Well, the craving for another pot here, courtesy of an ace-7. That which we're observing. Out of Galen. Gut shot for Ding Biao.
Notice Galen limping the ace high on Ding's big blind. Sometimes you see players with a chip lead, 3-handed. Any ace is enough. Ding with the gut shot and the overcard.
One big blind ahead to take a peek at this turn, which now connects with Ding for top pair, but Hall picks up the gutter.
And he's got that ace of diamonds. Very relevant card. GTO Wizard recommends middle-sized bet. And check it 1 in 20 times, 5%. If you're Ding here, you think you've got to feel you've got the best hand. Definitely want to get value.
100%.
From maybe the one pair hands that were betting the flop. Perhaps it was a 6 or a 9.
You see GTO Wizard likes the call 80% of the time, but the little raise 22%.
Tiny check raise. That would be very interesting. I don't know if that would work against Ding, but.
Does come with the more recommended call, and then the deck delivers him an 8. 2 pair here for Ding Biao. In an ugly way, though, given Galen has just made the 10 high straight.
Just a brutal card for Ding.
I wonder how greedy Hall could get. Oh, he just checks it. And now greed is that which would really betray Ding Biao.
Yeah, I mean, Ding's definitely going to go for some value here. Your opponent doesn't have a 7 that often. More likely has hands that can call you. But again, it's dangerous because Galen is the type of player that if you do get raised, Galen's capable of turning certain hands into a bluff. But again, he would have to worry that you might have a 7,
So here comes 1.5 up in smoke.
Yeah, and there's almost no way Galen doesn't come with the raise here. He's just deciding how much. Is he going to make it look bluffy? How much can he get called from Ding's value? Just an insane run out.
I'll tell you what, David, it's not a given that Ding finds the muck, depending on this raise size from Galen. Obviously, Queen Jack 7X, all ideas.
Oh, wow. Is that 5 million?
It looks like 3X plus.
The thing about it is
5.
He knows Galen is capable of just applying pressure here. Like it's some players, you know, in this spot, they just have it. But
and this, of course, is why it is that the Wizard thinks a third of the time the call is appropriate. And you see Ding didn't chew on it too long, makes the call.
I'm glad they
And
put
that's
the
gonna
Wizard
sting.
down there, just though for the people at home who can be like, well, how can you call? He must have a straight. Like, you can see that GTO Wizard says you're calling 34% of the time. And notice Ding made the call fairly quickly. He made up his mind that Galen's going to have some bluffs here.
Yeah.
So no fault to Ding, just a horrible run out, bad situation.
Well, he's taken some beats.
Yeah.
Has Ding Biao, but he still managed to work his way into these final 3.
He's very resilient.
Okay, great.
Can't count him out just yet.
Yeah.
And Galen has run well overall, certainly, since the onset of this final table.
Yeah, it's Galen's world right now.
And that's allowed, by the way. You know, sun running doesn't in any way kind of diminish all that he had to do to get himself into this situation. Does that feel like Papa Hall to you on the rail?
Yeah.
That's my read.
I kind of see some similarities, too. This guy's got some good hair.
It could be Dr. Oz, but I think it's Papa Hall.
They both have similar hair. That's what's getting it for me.
But Galen and
their skin tone and the hair, yeah. Could be his uncle.
By the way, some in the chat have reminded us that Galen's kind of limited poker participation over the better part of the last 10 years has been largely due to his prolific success in daily fantasy. He's
successful at everything he does.
Yeah.
He's in a lot of industry, a lot
He's a winner.
of things winning. Here we go. Ding. Shipping it with ace-8. Ooh.
Yeah, his stack down to 12 bigs, 11 bigs, let's call it.
Yeah, and for that amount, I believe three-handed Galen with ace-7 is going to have to call here.
This would be dirty if he ace-7'd him twice.
Calls the all-in.
And so the call does come in, 9.6, an immediate opportunity for Ding Biao to double and claw back some of what he lost moments ago.
I have ace-7 against ace-8.
3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 5.
Ace-7 been good to me lately, though.
To the flop we go, an ace in the window. Both players with top pair. Opportunities for Hall's ace-7. Deuce does the trick.
5.
Deuce.
Ding holds the only diamond.
Deuce of clubs.
Wants to keep these cards small from here forward.
Okay.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. So Hall could furnish a nightmare if a 7 were to show up.
And a chop with a deuce or a 4.
Anything else, and Ding Biao is going to double up, and the deuce chops it. Oh,
he takes it
is not
well.
good
He
for you, yeah.
smiles, but that's brutal. That's brutal. When you're short there, you need those doubles. When you've got 87%.
Could have been worse.
Chrissy, with the good point. Could have been worse.
Yeah.
Could have been a 7.
Fair. Did him dirty with an ace-7, a pot to go, but kind of doing him dirty here is the deck with that board pairing deuce on the river. You know, the more I bear witness to the scarf sniff, the more I think the appropriate sponsorship would be, you know, Snuggle or Downy, some
Buddy,
sort
I
of
told you
fabric
there's smelling
softener.
salts in there. He's like a football player. He's ripping the smelling salts to stay alert.
Bro, he'd be dead by now if there were smelling salts
Well, no, he
in
does
that
it so
scarf.
often. He's just got built up a tolerance. So he's microdosing the smelling salts. He's just got a baby little nugget in there.
A baby little,
nugget of a smell, like a kernel.
10-8-3. Bottom pair here as Hall gets the better of this flop. Note that the ace-5 suited didn't activate pre.
Yeah, and in a limped pot, blind versus blind, it's pretty hard to get value with bottom pair, so he's content to check it down and ding with ace high also in the same boat.
Queen on the turn doesn't change anything in terms of the actual holdings. Texture obviously dampens.
I wonder is this scarf thing for Galen new, because I don't recall seeing him with that move.
Well,
you know, last
I
few times
mean,
I've seen
any
him.
proper Indiana Jones getup should
Ooh.
include some sort of scarf as.
And ding, rivering the best hand.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, it'll be interesting to see if he tries to get a little value if it's checked to him. He's got to think about what would call him, what could pay him off. Probably doesn't put his opponent on a lot of pairs as checked. Turns out his opponent did have a 3, but he checks it back.
Well, not a pound of flesh, but maybe an ounce.
Yeah.
For Ding Biao.
We take those.
No jam, 6 natural 9.
The Baccarat player. Natural 9, he says. No jam. I like that. The 6 tray. Oh, back to the high. The 6-handed.
They're in the money in this one now. Brought on in part by the departure of Nick Schulman just on the outside of the membrane. Meanwhile, Marius Giersa, pocket 5s in the small, flatting, and then direct left of him, Mulder 3-betting to 225. Foxen was the party starter.
And Foxen knows this is a good spot for the big blind to squeeze, so Foxen takes it up another notch.
Wow.
Clear out the other 2 hands.
Yeah. Carlin dispatched. And then Giersa's 5s as well. So he comes back around to Mulder, who snaps.
No one had a king? Hearts, diamonds?
I had kings.
So the aggression could prove costly here for Alex Foxen. 1 overcard to the ladies.
Still
to Mulder trying to double.
Still would have 11 big blinds behind if it doesn't go his way.
Spade in the window was useful, but the rest of the flop
would have
not so
flopped
much.
quads. Yep.
Yeah, Giersa just not allowed.
That is true. Good point.
Somehow the ace on the turn, not a factor.
There was an ace-10 also.
Oh, that's right.
Both hands that folded are beating these queens. The one hand it can beat is still in there.
That's just fine by Tune Mulder, and things stay fine on the river. So Foxen unraveling.
825.
Tune Mulder taking a big bite out. 71 bigs in front of him in the aftermath.
830? Okay.
Raise 8.
Back over at the FT, ace-jack suited, a pretty one for Galen Hall in what has largely been a pre-flop limping affair. Min raise on the button. Chrissy not trying to play something inflated with the ace-jack off.
Yeah.
Both players with top pair, neither with a club. This one certainly feels like it'll wind up being a chop. $700 into 2.2. That's what Chrissy's mulling.
She could raise here. Doesn't look like she has a lot of strong aces, so it is pretty deceptive with her just calling and then check raising. So we could see that. She knows Galen's range is super wide, 3-handed with the chip lead on the button. Yep, she comes with a raise. I believe when you have position here with a hand like this, it's probably best to just call, see a turn. Can evaluate if you want to bet the turn if it's checked to you, or raise if you improve, or just call to keep bluffs in. A lot of options. Or he could just go with the 3-bet here.
Calls 1.9.
Just calls.
Now, of course, we have some apprehensions about the ace-jack once our check raise gets called. See how Chrissy proceeds. The 5 doesn't seem like it's supposed to be problematic at all with $6 million in the middle. But of course, mindful of the ICM, given Ding Biao's shorter stack out there, is what both of these players will be.
Check.
That pay ladder between 3rd and 2nd. Not at all insignificant. 363,000.
And Chrissy decides to slow down, keep the pot from inflating too much.
And check.
Boy, Galen could have made it real weird for Chrissy.
Yeah.
There on the turn. Instead, he too content to check. 10 on the river, and this will be a chop at showdown.
Well, we're assuming it gets there. I mean, if one of them does some kind of weird 2x pot thing, I doubt it, but you know, we did see some of that before. One of them goes a little crazy, but I don't think there's any reason to do that. They both have strong enough hand that can beat the other person's value. We can't say for sure that they're going to get to showdown and chop. Most likely. She checks. So that's almost certainly going to lead to that situation playing out. I think any normal amount he bets will be getting called. No way he can check that back. He's definitely going to try to get some value here from some worse aces.
4.8.
Bet is 4.8.
Pretty meaty bet.
Yeah, but that 10 is just not.
Yeah, I mean, if you have ace-jack here, I think this is just, you got to show me better.
Yeah. It's just not a card that's supposed to harm Chrissy's hand.
I mean, sometimes he's going to have ace-10 here.
Yeah.
Ace with a jack kicker.
But if they do, that's just a rough beat. Yeah,
Fourth
she
one today?
pays it
Fifth one
off.
today?
Yeah.
They chop it up.
I'm ahead though. Oh no, we both got 3. We both got 3. If we keep running until somebody wins. You got 3 hearts, I got 3 spades.
Oh, true.
I guess you have the backup diamonds, so you're in better shape.
All in.
I like how we go from Foxen to Foxen here.
Yep.
You think I'm going to win too? Yeah.
Texas Mike coming to get the rest of it.
Ace queen suited. Trying to finish off Foxen, who's got this 10-6 of clubs. It was a qualifier pre-flop as he jams and holds his breath. Club in the window was useful, but there is no further assistance on the Jack-8-4 board for Alex.
That's a very fun card. I'll take a 6 of hearts though instead.
7 of clubs too, right?
Not bad.
Nope. 7 of clubs, I'll give him the 5 or the 9
Yep.
or the club or the 10 or the 6.
Monchek offering up a sweaty turn card, but instead a board pairing jack leaves Foxen tugging at 6 outs. Only 5 available. Is there a 10 or a 6 in the stub to keep him in his seat? No. Queen's up, and Texas Mike finishes what he started as Alex Foxen falls, and the road to the bracelet in this one just got a little more clear.
Another cash, though. Texas Mike making moves.
Not a whole lot of things more exciting than Texas Mike with chips deep in a tournament. I'll tell you that right now. 32nd, ultimately, the finish for Foxen. Another one of the 50K hauls, finding a home. Meanwhile, We find our way back to the final table where Kristen's Queen 10 raised it up on the button. Ding defended with King 9, has found himself the only flush draw in this exchange. His check draws a 500K barrel from middle pair.
Man, playing mixed games with Texas Mike is wild. Like stud. It's crazy.
I haven't played with him yet. You play with him?
Oh, yeah. And like the 10Ks, like a stud or a dealer, it's crazy. Hey there.
Yeah, if the spade wasn't enough, there's a king there as well. Both means by which Foxen's queens have now fallen after the ding check call.
Red Queen 10 can't feel good after your opponent calls and that card comes.
Chrissy checking it back, and Ding still just playing that 9 of spades. Chat quick to point out this is a natural 9 for Ding.
Oh yeah, all in Ding, natural 9. What if everybody just started calling themselves Iceman? Chrissy's like, I'm going to be Iceman now. Ding, me too. What does Hendricks do then?
In terms of poker, can we just, I want to put this one to bed.
All right, I'm sorry. I just thought about it while, because they both kind of look icy.
Adam Hendricks is the Iceman.
He is.
Full stop.
Okay. You know Chainsaw, Alan Kessler stole that nickname.
From who?
Steve Dempsey, a guy that was on a show called King of Vegas with me in 2005. He was the Chainsaw.
Really?
Yep. Couldn't believe it. He's a guy, a Bay Area player, plays at the Bay 101. He's like one of their like local celebrities. He's been like a shooting star once.
King of Vegas, was that on Spike?
That was.
Wow, I feel like I remember that. It was just like about running it up and gambling?
It was a lot. I got screwed out of $1 million on that show.
What?
Yeah, the winner gets $1 million, and I got boned in the finals. No, I got boned in the finals.
Because, you know, Epic Poker, there was some boning
there
going on.
There was some rubber
there
checks.
Too.
No.
Dude, I got showered out of a bunch of pay on that gig.
I got Annie's number if you want to call her up and see if you can collect.
Life's been good since then.
Yeah.
I'm over it.
No, King of Vegas, buddy. $1 million to the winner. Your boy.
So what was the format of that show again, though? You had to all sorts of gambling disciplines, blackjack stuff.
That's right.
Right? But was it pit only, or did you get to play poker as well?
So this is what's the kicker as these guys go to break.
What do we have?
You did pit gambling, right? And it started with like 20 people. Mattisau was on it, Eric Lindgren, Evelyn Ng. And then the bottom 2 people at the end of each episode faced off in heads-up poker to determine who was eliminated. So it was kind of the nuts for us because it was a bunch of non-poker players. So as long as you could beat a non-poker player, or if 2 poker players got to the bottom, they'd have a tough match. You could not get eliminated. But somehow all those goofballs did, and I found myself like 4-handed with 3 laymen, non-poker players.
Well, 3-handed is the final table here as we attempt to crown either the king or queen of this 25K with 1.7 million up top. David and I are going to step aside for about 15 minutes. Keep it close, though. More from Vegas and the WSOP after this.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
we'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
Raise 600. All 600. Bet 6 million. Calls the all in.
Galen has ace.
他直接档口印了。
Galen had ace of spades deuce.
天花带
Yeah,
大毛啊
he needs a spade. We're running deuces, huh?
，A 还不是 O。对这个，真望眼他哥。
You guys not see the runouts?
Good luck. Good luck.
It's like you should have both, right?
敲的挺好的，
If you want, Galen, you can.
两个红头。他直接是大盲档口印的嘛。
Thanks to me afterwards. Thanks.
First one, I'm coming back.
They can't see any of the runouts. You know what I'm saying? It's just very hard to see. It's the big table camera.
Let's raise 600,000. 8 folds. 10 seconds. Two calls, 600. Three calls. Seconds. Four calls, 6. Three plays. Four checks. Seconds. 6, that's 750,000. Seconds. 2 calls. Seconds. For a raise to 1,800,000.
Thanks, man, Crystal. Nice, man. Holding.
3 is all in.
Yeah. Sorry, my
okay.
voice is like.
Leap.
A 10.
Proceed 8.
A 10. 8. Ah, no sale ahí.
For a page jump.
I have 8s. He has 8s.
El primer flipito. Se viene ya.
Pretty brutal.
How much you have?
I have like 12 million.
Proceed 8.
Si cae los 80-20, imagínate los flips.
I can't really see.
No se ve un carajo, ¿no? No, el pincho se identifica bien. Sí, open push 18. ¿no?
As. 10.
Jack 9-3.
No, el 9, 9.
You see that?
Welcome to the life of the rail.
Good game.
The other guy has like.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Nice game.
Hey, good luck.
Yes.
You really
awesome.
killed me up there with this game.
Definitely can.
Bueno, está divertido.
Stay here and try to universe the run out.
King, queen, queen 10. I love that.
I'm like 55% here.
No, stop. I want to sweat from here, but I can't.
Can't even see it.
You had 3.2-ish, I think?
3.2.
2, I believe.
996. Five.
It's like 3, right?
Should be 2.8, I think.
2.8.
You can have all your chips back.
5, 6, 4, 6.
2.8, right?
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study, they train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear. All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Monte, did he maybe fall? Oh! Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
Welcome back for continuing coverage of the $25,000 high roller final table where 6 began the journey, but only 3 remain. Alongside them, yours truly, Ali Najad and David Williams on the call, trying to slap a bracelet on one of these wrists. Will it be Galen Hall, Kristen Foxen, or Ding Biao? We know what the probability says, but Ding Biao has shown resilience, as you put it, David. But all the resilience in the world can't stop these blinds from going up. 250, 500, $1.25 million every 3 hands. That's the current price of poker as we get things going once more. Galen Hall trying to close it out, has been at the top of this leaderboard for the entire day.
Oh. No.
I hope you have the juice now.
Ace Jack gets a ball.
Let's look.
I don't look. Aces.
Yeah. That would be tilting.
How about that? Galen gives a walk and Ding has a premium.
No wonder Chrissy didn't say anything.
That's the first walk I think we've seen, too, at this photo table.
I can't recall.
I can't even remember one yesterday.
I think there was one yesterday.
I don't recall a walk at all in any of the days we've covered this. Either way, insane timing.
Well,
Ding with Ace Jack.
In the big blind format, of course, You're getting that 2.5 to 1.
The big blind ante format, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, the big blind ante format.
Yeah.
On a limp in the small blind, you're getting even better than that.
I see some requests for the payouts. 819,000 for third. Little under 1.2 for second. Little under 1.8 for the champ.
All in.
All not giving any walks this time around as his 7-6 makes it $1 million to skate. And that'll be that as Ding Biao's King Queen activates. You ever actually smelled one of your scarves in the closet, David? Because, you know, that's not something that goes out with the dry cleaning every single time, you know?
They don't?
Not me. I'm just, I don't wear them often enough. But you wear a scarf once and it's in the dry cleaning bin?
Yeah, I mean.
Really?
Yeah, I get that's my shit's silk, dog.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely not. Silk scarves? Really? Look at you.
Cashmere? You have a cashmere scarf?
Yeah, got some cashmere.
But I don't
you know
wear my
the
scarves at the poker table.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is one time I ran through the scarf drawer and I was like, oh, that's not fresh.
I mean.
And, you know, I'm just wondering.
Are you a sweaty person, though?
I'm not.
Because I don't smell.
I'm not. And it just, all I'm saying is I'm also not breathing directly into, you know, I'm not turning it into a 3M filter either. The good news is, though, you know, I think he can handle the dry cleaning bill.
7 raised. 5,250,000.
First car good.
Jeez.
Dominated. First car good.
Sorry.
Ding Biao with the deuce. The big blind there could not defend. Good question. Will the main event be shown on this channel for free? Question mark. It will be free, I believe, but on the ESPN streaming app for the main event, which is pretty damn cool.
Oh, yeah.
I like it. Jay Timko says David Williams scammer. Yeah, buddy. Scamming that dry cleaner.
Limp pot here as the premium Brunson outflopped by the Queen 3. Not that Queen High wasn't best, but you get it. Bottom pair here. Ding checks it over. One spade out there. The deuce doing a little bit of lifting, and so Kristen going to ask some questions.
Yeah, but with a pair here, pair's hard to make. I don't think Ding's going anywhere. Too much hand to fold, but not enough to raise.
Ding agrees. Another $1.5 million into the pot, bringing it to $3 million. As Chrissy hunts backdoor equity, and boy, she finds it. Ace of spades giving her both the flush draw and the wheel draw.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how she proceeds because she knows Ding likely has something, right? He's not calling her with an air ball. It's probably paired up. Could have even had some 5-deuce in there. She is blocking that with a deuce, but she might want to check back. Yeah.
Ensuring that she gets to realize the equity, but unfortunately unrealized. Here's the flush or the straight. As the 7 fails to improve her holding.
just a 3. I think Ding's best route is to try to get to showdown as cheaply as possible.
He agrees as he checks. And now, if we're Kristen, we get the sense that 10 high
probably no good
probably
if you
no
bet
good.
the flop and got called. So I could see her turn this into a bluff and try to get him to fold some 3s and 4s. Obviously, she knows if he has something as strong as an 8, he's not folding, but he probably would have check raised or ripped it in on the flop. She's smart enough to suss out. He's got a hand like he does. Yep, she's applying pressure. 3 bigs, 1.5, half pot. $22,000 watching this on the YouTube channel. He folds. You know they show this event on Twitch also. I mean, not Twitch. Yeah, Twitch too, but I was going to say Twitter or X. You can actually watch the event on X and you can watch it on Twitch.
I did not. Oh, hang on. A very animated. What is this?
Is that your uncle?
If he is, it would be news to me.
Oh yeah, see, I told you I don't have a good feeling. I told you. Remember I said it even before, I didn't even race. I just called.
We saw this guy the other day.
Mike Meskin?
He had a toothpick, and he was, yeah, maybe, I think it was me and Stapes on the call when we saw him. He was very animated in the 10K GG Millions.
Well, he just got a red line drawn through him. As that animation steps aside in 27th at the hands of Eric Seidel in that 25K 6 max. You know, I do think that we shared some DNA with that gentleman over there in terms of the Iranian heritage.
Uncle, it's mine.
Jack 5 suited here for Chrissy, who snatched that one from Ding Biao.
And her raise is a little bit larger than 3x. Galen's going to give up the suited diaper.
Ace King now on the button for Kristen.
Yeah, 3-handed, that is a monster. Always a monster, but especially 3-handed. Oh, wow.
Ace Jack
Collision
for Galen
incoming.
Hall. But remember, David, with Ding Biao stacked there and that massive pay ladder between third and second, conservative has largely been the order of the day, but Galen, with the covering stack, feeling as though he can leverage that reality to shed a wide variety of these opens from Kristen Fox, and unfortunately, Ace King is not among them.
And you saw Ding with King 10, not a bad hand 3-handed, but obviously facing a raise and a 3-bet, he can get out of there. Ideally hoping for some kind of clash between these two to eliminate Foxen and propel him to second place, but Foxen here knows her range is wide. Galen knows that. He's going to 3-bet her wide. She's coming with the 4-bet almost certainly. And then I think Galen's going to have to, a big decision here, but I think it's going to be kind of obvious that Kristen's got a real hand if she decides to 4-bet here. And she just rips it.
Oh, boy. This could get very ugly for Galen if he had thoughts of some sort of heroism with Ace-Jack off, but I don't think this one qualifies for all these chips, does it?
With Ding sitting there with under 20 bigs and her ripping it here, Galen knows his hand is crushed. Like, that range is so tight. There's just, like, no worse aces in there. Probably not any small, medium pairs.
Tidy there from Hall. If you are going to go ahead and 3-bet that Ace-Jack, you better be able to get rid of it when the truck gets backed up.
Nice pickup, Kristen Foxen. Ding, he was hoping. He wanted to see someone bust.
Yeah, you're right.
Imagine that short, and they just have a clash. They pick up a cooler, aces, kings, and you just get second.
That shot, by the way, suggesting my man has properly found the chapstick, which is mandatory out here in the desert this time of year.
I have naturally juicy lips. I don't need it.
Thank you for that, David. What are you flirting?
I said I've got natural juicy lips.
Yeah, and I asked you if you were flirting.
Yeah, you stop.
King 7 now.
All in.
For Ding. Oh, he's just going to open rip this. Ace 8 for Chrissy, and she beats him into the pot. Uh-oh.
Yeah. King high with about 10 bigs, small big. Can't fault him for that. Still 36%. Could get the double.
On the flip side, though, Foxen could be punching her way into the heads-up matchup that we expected at the onset of six-handed play today versus Galen Hall. What's it going to be? A king in the window, but a diamond in Foxen's hand.
Diamond or an ace.
Chrissy still threatening with 43% equity against what has become top pair. Turn is safe, but Ding Biao far from being able to exhale here as he needs to ward off 11 outs. Aces and diamonds would do him in third.
Good game.
And it is the diamond.
I think Chrissy, there's 51 million chips in play. She's got 27. I think she's got the chip lead now. I think, if my calculations are correct. But they're pretty close.
$820,000, let's call it, added to Ding Biao's career earnings of 21 million plus. That'll put him up in over 22 million, but more importantly, what it'll do is put both Kristen Foxen and Galen Hall front and center for a bracelet and a guaranteed 7-figure score. So while we get things set up for the heads-up portion of the program, David and I are going to step aside, but we are going to be showing you action from the 25K 6-Max, where they are in the money and working their way down toward an FT of their own. It'll be about 10 minutes. Keep it close. We'll see you in a bit for a bracelet.
Is that yours?
From when I took my hat off. $230.
230? Raise to 230.
All right, pick one, boys.
You pick that one, I pick this one.
I pick too greedy, too greedy. You got greedy.
It is fair. It is fair what Danny said. You didn't specify. You said pick one, boys. You know, like.
All right, here.
No, but now I don't believe it. I
Why?
have to see it.
Why would I lie?
Only there was a way to.
I was gonna lie, I just wouldn't fucking tell you.
Yes.
We'll see it on stream.
I can't help.
I picked.
Only if they're between us.
Man, these are. You can like literally see your.
Queen of Hearts.
You can, right?
Let me just.
What?
No, you cannot. You don't agree.
I didn't know what you said.
Just do that on the card and.
I'm afraid to lift it up.
Raise 60.
10 seconds.
Cool.
Time extension.
I have a 6 layer on the iPad.
2 players.
Time extension.
At least we got proper button. Much nicer than the others.
No, thank you.
10 seconds.
I'll take a sugar-free Red Bull. Sugar-free Red Bull, yeah.
Hand funeral.
Want anything else with sugar-free?
Do you have any change? I'll take 8 back, please.
Button whip.
Thank you so much.
It's not nice to make someone fold a hand like that, Danny.
No, I could have called for a jam. It happens to be a jam this time. It's very unfortunate. She won?
Galen won a pot. Got 3 claps.
You have 800 or so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And change.
8 1/4.
800 and change.
10 seconds. Time extension.
These lights are insane.
Want me to have someone bring you a hat?
That's 55.
I want to mute my mic. I'm about to blow my nose.
Time extension.
They win 60.
Time extension.
Raise 60.
Seconds.
Oh.
Time extension.
Check. Yep, 30. Okay.
10 seconds.
Check. Check.
10 seconds.
Check.
Pretty sure I can bet.
I lose.
Okay, 8. Oh wow. Lucky me.
No, I need some real bracelets. I have a lot of fake ones.
At some point, they all start counting, you know?
Yeah,
Welcome
I know.
back as Heads Up is
Okay.
set to begin here between Kristen Foxen, who's on the
And
hunt
we're
for bracelet
that was a quick
number 6.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
500.
She goes, I need some real bracelets. I have a lot of fake ones.
What does that even mean?
So of her 5, 1 is the ladies event, which is a closed event, and 3 are online. So perhaps she's saying, you know, those aren't as prestigious as the 25K high roller.
But
I don't believe that, but I'm saying maybe that's what she means.
Yeah, I don't think fake is the appropriate
But that was her
modifier.
terms.
But yeah, I'm
She was
pushing
being-
back
she
on
was being
Kristen.
facetious.
She's being a little facetious, a little bit humble, but at the end of the day,
I'll be honest, I feel the same about my little rinky-dink 1500 stud bracelet. And a lot of people would be envious and want a bracelet, but for me, it doesn't feel the same.
Timeout, man, because Ace-Jack feels just a touch better than King-Jack, albeit suited. Foxen, who brings the chip lead into the heads-up collision with Galen Hall, takes it to 1.2. And Hall pulls back on the yoke as the altimeter reads 5 million now.
And as we saw, Chrissy did start this with the chip lead heads up, but they were pretty close. I don't think you want to 4-bet here with King-Jack suited, but again, it's too much hand to just let it go. Yep, she's going to call pretty deep.
And much like you talked about the difference between 6-max poker and full ring, certainly marked differences between heads-up poker and all other variances. You see a jack on a Queen-Jack-8 board connecting with both parties. Hall with the better kicker and the spade.
Interestingly enough, GTO Wizard recommends checking here 94% of the time.
10 seconds.
That coordinated board texture and the desire not to be blown off any equity maybe has a good amount to do with that preference from GTO Wizard, but bucking with that is Galen.
And he bets 1/5 pot, very small. No way you can fold King-Jack here for a bet that small.
3 calls.
Foxen must call. Now on the turn, the 4-liner shows up in spade form.
Really crazy card here.
Yeah, Chrissy picks up an open-ender but does not have the flush draw. Galen has to have some reservations about barreling again into 14.5 though, David, doesn't he?
I mean, he does have the ace of spades. He has all the ace kings. She has precisely none. Right? She's never just flatting there with ace king heads up.
So with that reality, maybe we feel a bit insulated between holding all the ace kings and we can see that we have the ace of spades and barrel again and set our own price.
And he doesn't have a lot of nines. She has more nines. He's definitely...
But I mean, even if she does have a 9, she can't really do anything against another barrel.
Right, but if he were to rip it or do something big, she's not folding a 9, I don't think. Maybe. Maybe. I can't say for sure.
Hall chooses to check. Now the suggestion from the Wizard is to check back the vast majority of the time.
Although I think we've moved past the Wizard. Wizard suggested Hall should ship it most of the time there, and he checked. So these players are not following those recommendations.
Yeah. Chrissy checks back, and now she makes 2 pair with the 4-liner on board and 4 spades out there. Kings and jacks have perhaps never looked less attractive than they do now.
Yeah, and the non-straight flush nut flush. Got to be careful. Chat jumped all over me for calling a flush the nuts when there was a straight flush possible, but it's got to feel really good here if he's going to seek value or try to get either a bluff or worse value to bet from Chrissy. Interesting. I think with his image, he likely just bets here. Small bet to get paid. If she does have a worse spade, she's almost certainly calling. If she has an ace, she almost certainly calls small bets. Yep, look at that. 1.5 million. Oh, yeah, 1.5 million. Just a crazy bet. Impossible to get someone to fold. Might induce some raises.
And this is just
big
brutal.
Blinds.
It's just take my money. Yep.
We talk about this all the time. Just put it in a stack. It's never sevens. Red sevens.
Theoretically, as we see Kristen making the call begrudgingly.
No, it's just.
But you're going, I'm getting this price 11 to 1.
Call.
But 1 in 11 times doesn't feel like the frequency with which kings and jacks end up being good in that spot, do they? The last 11 times you faced that bet sizing, David, any of them was your hand good?
Look, one day.
One day, exactly.
I'm not folding. And we're not faulting her, by the way. This has been kind of a running thing in our commentary. We've noticed it's like everybody bets this little tiny 1/10 pot, 1/11th pot bet. It's always it. It's always it.
Until it isn't. That's what we keep telling
We're going to
ourselves.
find it one day. We're going to find it.
The find on the button is King 10 off for Galen, as he has wrestled the chip lead away from Chrissy and has a near 2-to-1 advantage in short order.
Yeah, I mean, just a brutal cooler heads up, really. I mean, both their hands are so strong. You reverse the hands and the result's likely the same.
8-4 defends, finds a gut shot in backdoor hearts.
3 checks.
Hall with just king high, eyeing that queen.
Bets 1 million.
Gut shot draw, backdoors, hearts, even some pair equity. 2 big blinds.
Yeah, 1 into 3.5.
10 seconds. 3 calls.
Foxen, understandably peeling. Does not find help on the turn. Hall now open-ended.
I believe he's going to come with it, put pressure on random small pair hands like 5s and maybe even some 7s.
Bets 4 million.
Now, a lot more weight behind the turn barrel here as 4 is pushed forward into 5.5. And for Foxen, I think she's going to be done with it, David, right?
Yeah, at this stage, he just took a rip of that smelling salt nugget, blasted it in with king high.
Well, this is not the way that Kristen Foxen was hoping to script her start, as she was catapulted into heads up with that chip lead, and that has been vanquished. There you see the numbers on Galen. 7 million plus in career live earnings. That 2.3 career best score. That was that PCA main victory.
It's crazy to think with 7 million in live winnings. He eclipsed that. He passed that in Circa Survivor last football season. Over 7 million. Insane.
That's what he won for the Circa Survivor?
He had 2 of the 5 entries that chopped at the end, and each was worth 3.7 mil.
That's bananas.
Nasty work. He just beat his poker lifetime winnings in one Survivor contest.
There's some real sharps out there in that DFS space, that's for sure. Meanwhile, 10-7-4 rolls off here in a limped pot pre-flop, where Galen had the inferior 8 and is really off and running against Kristen. Top pair has it checked over.
3 checks.
Check back from Kristen,
Oh.
and now redemption on the turn as she finds a king. Hall checking a second time here. David, interesting given how much hand he has.
Yeah, and because it's checked twice, having second pair, there's just no way he's going anywhere. But she does have some kings, so unlikely he's check raising. He wants to keep the bluffs in too. If she has some kind of missed straight draw or hard draw on the river, he can check to her again and get a bet out of her.
Deuce. Very dry and convenient for both of these hands.
7 checks.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine both players are very happy with that river. Wonder what kind of sizing Chrissy's going to come with.
And I wonder just how much Galen would be willing to pay off.
I think a pretty hefty bet. I think he's going to be able to calling. Looks like she's cutting out 4,
5,
3.5,
7 calls.
4 million. Yeah, he snap calls.
4 million snap called, and that's going to go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, the way that played on the early streets dictated that river. Like with him checking it twice,
right.
There's just nothing he can do there other than pay it off.
Is that one of the downsides of not defining our hand on an earlier street, is then
that
feeling
happens.
Compelled and obligated down the way?
That happens, but he did have a vulnerable hand, and, let's say she calls his flop bet. Now that pot's bloated and you just have a 10. Weird things happen. You get bluffed out by worse hands. You get value bet. Just sometimes that happens, especially in heads-up poker. Like, there's not a lot of folding, so...
No, and there's a lot of parts of the deck that you're going to be faced with
keeping
playing.
pots small and minimizing variance.
I kind of just don't put it out because I'm going to do some action, probably. If I fold, I'll just put it in.
I like that. The dealer's like, put your small blind out. He's like, look, I don't need to. I'm going to do some action. I'm going to do some stuff. If I'm folding, I'll give you a small.
All in.
Heads up. Oh, she rips it.
3 betting over the top of this ace-5 open. Far too many big blinds for
40 big blinds.
Galen to want to gamble. Risky business, of course, because those 4s know they never want to call. Best case scenario, you're up against 2 overs that are going to see 5.
5 bracelets and 17 million in
22,
winnings.
23.
I said this on the Countdown show today. All that money,
yeah.
all that winning, all those winnings, she had never had a 7-figure score up until September in Jeju at a Triton event. And then she got another 7-figure score in December and another 7-figure score last month in May. She is killing it right now.
The seal has been broken.
All in high rollers, beating up the boys.
I don't think anybody sees gender when it comes to competing against Kristen Foxen in those high roller circuits.
No, she is. I'm just saying.
No, I get it.
She's hanging with those guys, showing them women can do it too.
And do it well. Unfortunately, unwell is how we might be feeling with 7-3 of hearts in the face of 2.5 million total out of Galen Hall with the 6-7 of diamonds.
Yeah, 5x raise after the lamp.
She is going to hang around, though. Queen, 5. Very poor interactions for both.
Really good flop for Galen, though. He can just likely bet and take it on these kind of paired high card boards. Really hard for her to kind of float or get in there with unpaired cards that aren't high cards, or a queen or a 5. Anytime he's like, when he 3-bets and leads out on these kind of boards, he's going to take it down most of the time. And when he does get called, it says a lot.
Backdoor hearts and perfect for a straight. The only attributes of this 7-3 that we could get excited about, but not adequately in the face of the C-bet. So Kristen steps aside. "40-year-old hedge fund manager is Galen Hall. We managed to take a peek over at the 10K stud final table. Naoya Kihara laying his hand down.
And there's Jeremy Osmus.
Cut it out with the Osmus, man. It's Osmus. He's not the beneficiary, though. That's Chivang Xiong of the UK.
Chainsaw, Alan Kessler. Let's go.
Made aces up. Big hand in stud high. But I often wind up paying off with instead of getting paid. I gotta say, 7-card stud in that death metal soundtrack or whatever, you know, maybe not death metal, but metal.
That's what
question.
I listen to when I play stud.
Is that? No, it's not. You're listening to Lionel Richie.
Hello. Is it me you're looking for? When I squeeze, I'm like, there it is.
King 3, there it isn't, as King Queen dominates and takes us upstairs.
I like how she cuts out that 5 million, 1 million at a time.
3rd floor. Take it, ma'am, says Galen. You have to imagine, just in terms of how much more seat time Kristen has had in this specific heads-up environment of late and the caliber of opponents that she has been playing against, that there is an experience advantage that cannot be overlooked here.
Oh, absolutely. And that's no shot at Galen. Galen's busy running a hedge fund, winning millions in other contests. He's admittedly doesn't play a lot of poker. Or tournament poker, I should say. I think he plays in some high-stakes cash games, but that's another story. But no, she's definitely got the experience advantage, especially as of late. She just got runner-up in some monster Triton event in May in Montenegro for like 2.4 million or something crazy.
I'm kind of curious to see if there's a spot that Galen Hall winds up maybe taking a line that in retrospect he isn't pleased with, or, you know, dumping chips in a spot unnecessarily per his own assessment. If he's going to be able to kind of maintain the composure that's going to be required in order to carry
You're
on.
asking if he's going to tilt, if he's going to steam up.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't think so. I mean, even yesterday, he got upset at himself, but he still buckled down. And
yeah, the cards didn't tilt.
He didn't change his actions from what I saw.
Yeah.
And he even mentioned that in that post I talked about today in his interview with Jeff. He's like, I'm able to compartmentalize it, get it out, and move on. Very composed. And from what I've seen, his outlook on things is just very calm.
Well, his outlook right now is not so good, as the threes opened on the button. Foxen defended and has flopped this king. Facing 1.3 is the follow-through. And she's going to make noise early in this one.
How much?
Check raising to 3 million.
Yeah, she gets value from some hands that don't quite believe her, some mid pairs that raised pre-flop. Things like threes might even call. She protects against like queen 10, queen jack type hands also. Charges flush draws. A lot of merit to this raise.
How do you feel about the call?
You know, he's playing poker. Your opponent doesn't always have you beat. Sometimes they're raising with speculative hands, and he's in position. He can see the turn, see what she does, and if he just happens to bink a 3, it could be a jackpot card.
Yeah. And certainly, if your opponent is beating you when you have these threes, it isn't courtesy of this 4 on the turn. Maybe ace 4 of spades specifically.
Now, if your opponent continues again, which she just did, its threes don't look as good anymore. Does she have some double barrel type hands in there? And even if she does, they have so much equity against her hand, and it's going to be hard to play the river. With a pair of threes on a board like this, it's just a really hard hand to play. Gives it
Poor
up.
clarity from that point forward for pocket threes.
Chip
So
lead back in her hands.
into the muck they go.
She had gotten almost 2-1 down after that King Jack Ace Jack collision, and she's climbed her way right back to the chip lead.
I mean, in just a span of 2 or 3 hands, no less. So a tug of war breaking out here.
God, she was Canadian. That's why she's so nice.
Canadians tend to be nicer on average
So
than
nice.
Americans. But you know what? You and I have spent most of our time not in kind of the hotbeds of friendliness in the U.S., right? The Midwest in particular, Minnesota, by the way, you know, these are places where
nice people
get a little bit more of that nice, you know, the edginess comes on the coasts, I feel like.
Yeah, nice people in New York and Boston.
Yeah.
Stape said he got punched in the head at the baseball game.
Really? I'm sure he didn't say anything to warrant it.
He had a Yankees cap on at a Red Sox game and held up a sign when they put the camera on him, and a guy just punched him in the head.
While the camera was on?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great, because then he has evidence.
That's what I said. He goes, they probably gave the guy the key to the city. He punched a guy in a Yankees cap.
Yeah.
Because I was like, did he get in trouble, get arrested? He's like, absolutely not.
That lawsuit shouldn't be in a Boston courthouse. I feel like you might lose. Meanwhile, Jack High trying not to lose against King High. 10-5-3 board. Chrissy raised it up pre. 950 the follow through. Has hearts and some backdoor straightiness, and Galen with no club in hand and no further desire.
Yeah, his king with a deuce. Maybe if he had a higher card with his king, he might peel one, but. Shout out New Zealand for the chat.
Queen 10 limps. 9 deuce, all too happy to see 3 cheap. Paired rainbow flop.
Limped pots are kind of difficult to play because ranges get so funky. Does allow you to steal pots like this, even though he does have the best hand, but you can win pots a lot smaller, bets necessary, lower the variance, chip away, in position.
Is the chainsaw involved in this one? No. No cards
No.
in front of
It's
him, but he
Brewer
is
and
pointing
Osmus.
some things out. It is Jeremy Osmus and Chris Brewer. Brewer looks lean on chips, by the way. They take 5th Street. Osmus's board development looking a little bit better, and you see Brewer.
Looks like a club draw.
Snapping, and yeah, I'm guessing it's a 4th Street club
3-5
draw.
queen 9-8.
Oh,
And there's the
he
6 of
binks
clubs.
it. Oh my goodness.
Full
Jeremy
house.
Osmus boats up on the river, and Brewer can do nothing but accept his fate in 5th. 72,000. Storming off.
Stud could be a brutal game.
Stud game. Listen, guys, before anybody goes judging, you know, play yourself some stud. Play yourself some stud high-low, some Raz, and then tell me you're never going to end up in that mood there. I'm just saying there's something about the mixed games, dude.
They build toughness.
And Brewer's early in his you know, trauma.
He's going to fit right in.
Yeah, he's going to fit right in.
He's going to fit right in.
That bust out there tells me he's one of us.
Yeah, yeah.
Osmus, by the way, I mean, did he get a rainstorm in his forecast or something down under that windbreaker? He's a,
Maybe it's cold down there. I don't know.
Maybe it's foggy from all that steam on Brewer. 5s for Galen, defending against the Queen 4 open. And holding on, but looking up at 3 overs.
Yeah, and again, that's a good board for the button raise. It's really tough for 5s to continue here, too. All 3 of those cards all over her range. When you got 5s and your opponent's betting, hard to be a hero knowing another bet might come on the turn. Not a lot of good cards for you on the turn other than a 5. Yeah, it gives it up.
Yeah, thanks.
Just where are we trying to go with the 2 5s on that flop? Sure, sometimes you're getting taken advantage of, but you just accept these things.
Yeah.
Jay in the chat, by the way, just simply writes Badoogie in response to our speculations about games that'll put you on tilt. Badoogie will absolutely test.
Oh, yeah.
your
Oh.
Decorum and Badoogie are not 2 things that go hand in hand. When the guy just shows you like the king, jack, 9, 4, you know, you have ABC.
You started ABC and just caught 3 straight bricks.
Yeah.
Ooh, he limps the jack 5 off, and she comes at it from the big blind with ace queen. Don't believe he can continue with this one, yeah.
Sure enough, he does release the Motown.
I don't think he's folding many buttons.
Nor should you in the big blind any format. There's very few hands.
I mean, he might be 100%.
Chance Corneth and Alex Foxen, members of that chip leader coaching team. Right there, side by side. Sweating this one in for Kristen. Might number 6 be on the horizon for her? She's got a 10 million chip advantage.
Oh, wow, look at this. Galen just calling the king-queen.
Swing and a miss on a 7-6 tray board. Foxen with the gutter and backdoor clubs.
The kind of board Galen could represent something with like a sneaky check raise if he wanted to get feisty. But I think with king queen, he knows his king high could be the best hand. Oh, Grissy just checks it back.
And finds herself a 4 on the turn as a 4-liner develops. So in the face of a second check now, Foxen deciding to activate 750 into the 2.9. And once more, the tide flows away from Galen Hall. Danny Tang has entered the rail here.
I'm gonna have to get me some of that chip leader coaching. Start playing No Limit again, maybe.
I'll tell you what, man, there's a...
I'm not being funny, I'm being serious.
I know, but there's a lot to be gleaned.
This shit's powerful.
From the host of these high rollers who have lent their expertise
Do
to
you think
some
they're
of these
giving up
coaching
all the
sites.
secrets, though?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like, wouldn't you hold back the very
good
best
stuff.
of the intel?
I'm not going to give you the good stuff.
You know, I want to say no.
No,
Because
they
it
don't
isn't
hold back?
simply, no, that they don't hold back because it isn't simply about the knowledge. It's also about the ability to retain it and apply it
Yeah,
and
for sure.
execute
For
under
sure.
pressure. And that is something that cannot be taught.
True.
That is something that you just have to have the capacity for inherently. And it isn't for everybody.
Not everybody has the sauce.
That's right.
Some people just have the juice. You got to have the juice and the sauce. You know about that? You seen that video?
No.
Look that one up. It's good.
The juice and the sauce?
It's good.
Okay. going to have a nice little queue built up by the time we're done this summer.
You got to be online more.
No, I'm good. You know, I like to unplug. Meanwhile, plugging into top pair is Foxen on the button. Has kind of held the deck of late.
5 deuce off last hand. He gets 5 deuce suited, defends this hand. She has him dominated, though.
Suited combos obviously have much more upside than their offsuit counterparts. Check folding. Despite the presence of that 6 of hearts is Galen.
The non-appearing straight flush draw. We talked about it yesterday a lot. 3-card straight flush.
It's about as far as I tend to get in my straight flush ambitions. What have we here? Dan Shack getting the Mike Monchek experience potentially. 5-4-3 flop 9 on the turn. Texas Mike fired 125K. Shack check raised it to 600. Mike making the call. Now the river pairs the board and puts backdoor clubs out there. 1-4-5 in the middle.
And if you're Shaq, you're just, even if you've got it, you're just checking and hoping Mike jams on you, I imagine. Knows Mike's going to do it with so many hands.
All in.
Oh, he's just going to lead out. He's leading out.
Shaq is moving all in. Mike snaps.
Nut
and is
flush.
he showing him clubs? He is indeed. And what did Shaq have? 9 high flush?
No, just a pair of 9s.
Oh.
He flopped an open ender, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Paired 9s, had a pair of 9s and open ender. And Mike get the nut flush.
Yeah, it's a weird river.
So another victim in that 25K 6 max. In the money, of course. But, boy, this was a bounty event. I feel like Texas Mike would be stepping up to the envelopes with a fistful.
She still got him 1.5 to 1. 32 million to 20.
8-4 on 8-4 there. For those inquiring with respect to that 25K 6 max that we continue to check in on, we will bring you the final table of that one tomorrow. So, programming note. And as much as I love the element at the World Series, David, of being able to commentate on the broad spectrum of, you know, known entities squaring off against unknown entities, various different experience levels and approaches, kind of the every person's perspective on display in some of the more approachable buy-ins. I equally love when we get the upper crust cracking skulls in these 25Ks and just showing you how tactical and how surgical and how precise so many of them are as they're out there operating. I mean, it really is impressive.
As a commentator, I truly do enjoy that. But it's also refreshing and nice to see the smaller buy-in events, to see the everyday man get down there. Because you see a lot more passion from the you know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Here, they're both so stoic. But you get to see the guys who get excited on the river and screaming and jump. I miss that, you know? That's what brought me into poker. That's watching those ESPN episodes where people are hooting and hollering.
And by the way, it isn't as though David and I are sitting here suggesting that these two should be doing that
No,
right now.
I'm just
the
saying
stoicism is, of course, part of the competitive advantage.
Absolutely.
You're not looking to give anything away whatsoever. And also a function of their mutual respect and professionalism. So it's just, you know, different.
Like I say, as a commentator, this is a lot more... Like, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for, but I enjoy it. But I think as a viewer, I enjoy a mix of both, you know? I think a lot of people want to see, like, their buddies.
Yeah. That's precisely what the World Series offers.
It's more relatable for the average viewer to see, like, the 1,500 final tables.
It's a great point. One of the things that it's easy to forget if you've been involved in poker for a long time or you're a professional player is that perspective and the novelty of it. you know, for so many who continue to be introduced through the game, in no small part due to events like this being covered, being streamed out there to the masses. We see you and we hear you, those of you who are enjoying this one live with us on the WSOP YouTube channel, currently numbering 28,000 plus here on this Sunday.
She's just whittling them down. 18 million now.
Yep.
36 big blinds.
Hall on the attack with the king 3.
Jack 4 suited, I imagine, as a defend. Yeah.
Queen 6 tray. Bottom pair. Versus a hand that could peel here. Diamonds and backdoor straights, especially heads up. We'll see these sorts of pursuits.
Oh, he checks it back.
And that allows Chrissy to pick up the gutter.
We've seen, though, he checked it back once with top pair with the 10. So I'm sure she's aware of that, that just because he checks it back doesn't mean he has nothing. He is capable.
Brings us to the idea of balance, which is such an important component of any game. Pattern recognition, a strong suit of all of these upper tier players.
For sure.
Do your best to break with what is the anticipated decision from your opponents. So all the way to the river we go without any barrels.
So this is a kind of interesting spot. I mean, Chrissy has shown no aggressive action, so I think she knows her opponent likely wasn't checking back with worse. So if she checks, she's probably not winning this pot as it stands. So she's got to go for it, and she does. And then Galen with just bottom pairs, kind of in no man's land here.
2.2, and the invitation for this barrel coming courtesy of the 2 checkbacks from Galen. And I touched earlier, David, on the downside of those checkbacks when you're trying to take these pot control lines is you under rep maybe your hand. Not that this is a whole lot of hand anyway, and you sometimes feel compelled to bluff catch, but that's not the case here for Galen. And even though things have been going poorly for him for a solid stretch, I don't get the sense that this is a man who's going to force things. Sometimes you have those opponents who just get sick and tired. They've had enough.
Right.
They're going to win this pot no matter what they've got. Galen's not the one.
No, he's not that type of guy. He's just being patient, waiting for a spot, hoping that spot comes.
No, he is the type of guy that, much like Chrissy, understands what the taste of a bracelet is. He's enjoyed it on one occasion, but how handsome would this one be? As a second, 1.8 million nearly of the total 8.1 collected in this one. Going to be going to the winner, and a handsome 7-figure score, of course, going to the runner-up as well, nearly 1.2 million. As we pick this one up in progress, Hall was always in rough shape, sharing a 7 against Foxen, who has flopped a 10 on an ace-high board. This one was limped on the button. Check back pre. You see Hall checking, and Foxen firing $500,000.
So raise to 1.5.
Check raise to 1.5 here with this 9-7 of diamonds, David. No sooner do I say Galen doesn't feel like a guy who's going to try to force it than he begins to see some initiative.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple back doors here. Chrissy limped the button, so he's not giving her a lot of aces here.
7 rolls off, 2 pair for Kristen, 1 pair for Galen, but when the check raise gets called.
Yeah, I mean, ace 10-4, not a lot of draws unless she was drawing it like a Broadway gutty, as you call it. So he knows she's got significant strength, and for her to continue on that board with the check raise. So he can't be too excited about the 7. Unlikely she had a 4 there, so he knows a 10 and an ace are the likely candidates. Turns out she's got him dead.
Note that Kristen did limp the button, so perhaps we assign fewer aces.
Absolutely. I think that was why he check raised.
Yeah.
He didn't feel like aces were in her range, and he's shown that he can check back aces there a few times in hands, pre-flop, so he thought it might be believable, but once he faced resistance, I think he got a lot of information, and I don't know how you can continue here with a 7, but maybe.
Coming off the throttle and now facing this 4 million is Galen, uncomfortable without question.
And he lays it down.
Boy.
Good fold.
That's tough, man, to check raise, find the improvement, and then check fold. But proper.
She is really leaning on him now. He's down to 15 million, just 30 big blinds. He's winning every pot, it seems.
So raised to 1.3 million.
Hall, 3-5 suited, raises it up. Foxen with medicine.
Wonder what size she's going to take. Oh, all of it. All of
that's
it. Meaty raise.
6 bigs effective.
Yeah. She is really leaning on him. She wants to end this now.
Well, Kristen certainly has both the stamina and the patience not to allow Galen in one fell swoop to work his way back in to contention.
Look, I don't want to jinx anyone. I'm not going to say it, but I think we're all feeling it. Let's all leave it at that to keep the jinx away.
Meant to do 1.2. What would that be? Yeah, I don't even know.
Floor being called over?
Yeah, I think she put out a wrong amount of chips. And she said it meant to do 1.2. Okay. What would that be? Because it's probably less than a full raise, so they're just finding out how much to make it.
She threw out 7.
Generally speaking, in these situations, you end up with $1 million, or
well, I don't know.
Did
maybe
she put 1.5
maybe she added
out?
On top of the blind. Maybe it was 1 chip, 2 chips. There's so many weirdness with the money already out there. Who knows?
All right, it's being ruled a flat.
Okay.
So these sorts of pots, by the way, they can get into your head a little bit because you're aware that your opponent wanted to raise, then wasn't able to, and that kind of lingers. But I don't think it's going to be playing much of a factor here.
She continues to just out smash him on the board too. Drawing dead again on the turn. Seems to be the theme here. It's brutal when you're getting ran over and your opponent also is just getting better hands than you and better flops and turns. There's not much you can do.
Foxen's 8s. Best hand. Haven't made any noise in position across flop and turn.
She's checked it back, so her hand is so disguised. Galen's going to go for it with just queen high. He knows she intended to raise pre-flop, so he might be trying to take this pot from some king highs or better queens, such as queen 10, queen 9. He's going to get some bad news, I imagine.
This $500,000 into the 1.5 felt feeble.
When was the last time he won a hand? Feels like it's been ages. And I'm not laughing, like making fun. I'm just saying this is brutal.
I'm not holding him
Feels
accountable.
like,
the card distribution has a lot to do with outcome when it comes to heads-up poker, and certainly Kristen would be hemorrhaging chips if she were parked where Galen is in a similar manner.
I mean, this is brutal.
Lil Boone in the chat says, my man is running bad. These are facts.
Okay, okay. We got a hand here.
A7 suited. Min raise.
He's down to just over 20 big blinds.
Foxen defends with the Jack 8. To the flop we go. Queen 6 deuce. Pairless are both holdings.
She just seems so dialed in.
700,000. The C bet into the 2.5. Jack 8 feels a bit future free, and so Kristen does concede, but still maintains that 3-1 chip lead. You know, I had one of these ideas, David, where we place the bracelet on like a conveyor belt. And then, depending on the chip distribution, it just moves closer.
I like it.
To
I
a
knew where you
player
were going
with every
that.
pot.
I like
You know what I'm
that.
talking about?
Who's going to pay for that technology, though?
It can't be that expensive.
So will it be manually operated by someone in the back with like a joystick? They zip it back and forth, or will it be like automated?
If it's
with
like
AI?
remote control and it glitches and the bracelet just gets hurled into someone's stack, we got to have like bumpers on the end. I mean, you know, I haven't thought fully through it.
All right.
But that'll be my
I don't know. I like
contribution.
my idea of the woman with the slot machine around her neck
That's
walking around.
fantastic. That
I
is
like that
peak.
better. Yeah.
I'm just telling you, candy, cigarettes,
spin, pull,
multi-game.
So,
8, 9, and Jack deuce. Booking a date with the ace high flop. Limp pot free.
pot, yeah.
Turn pairs the board. Jack high still in front. No betting across 2 streets.
Going to go ahead and bet here to try to get out hands such as like some weird queen highs and king highs and better jacks. Obviously, I don't think she's folding a pair, and I don't think he is either, but he bets 2x pot. Look at that, 3 million into 1.5.
Boy, you love that Kristen is so dialed, David. She's stopping to think about this, because she's wondering if a hand that had any showdown whatsoever would come with the 2x pot, but ultimately does make the fold. It is scary. There are some situations, we've seen it through the years, where something like 9 high makes the call.
Yeah, but I don't think that was the thought process. If anything, I think she might have just turned it into a bluff, which it would be, and just try to take it. I mean, I doubt she's probably just thinking just to balance the folds, you know, take her time. We're getting too creative here.
If you ever get called by 9 high and it's good, you never forget it.
She's not calling 9 high there. I think it was more just balancing the fold, not snap folding, you know, just to keep that equal. She's not folding, she's not raising. I mean, not raising.
Is Alex Ponikov's involved in one? Appears that way.
Set of 4s. Oh, opponent showed an ace at least. I didn't see if there was more.
Yeah, ace 9 for Ponikov's, pocket 4s for Pavel, who now works his way up to 5 million plus. In the money, but not as deep as he would have hoped. Goes Alex Ponikov's.
Oh my gosh, we're breaching almost 30,000 of you on the YouTube watch. And don't forget, like and subscribe to the official WSOP YouTube channel, please.
Yeah, make sure that you don't miss any of what we're offering every single day of this World Series. You know, I have to assume, David, that a good chunk of that 30,000 are here to see this woman, Kristen Foxen, pick up bracelet number 6. So beloved by the community, both her peers.
Oh yeah.
And the fans.
Universally loved.
Just a charming person. Lovely to be around, but she'll mess you up if you try to take her on in poker. These are facts. 2 queens, an 8, and a couple of diamonds. Neither party interacting that well. You know, and I say this based on what it was like when she made that run down to the final 2 tables in the main. I think that was a couple of years ago, right?
No, that was last year.
That was last year?
That was last year.
Gosh, time flies. No betting on flop or turn, and no real excitement here. Both players playing queens and 8s, but Foxen a winner if it shows down.
I wonder if Galen's going to come with that 2x pot again. Oh yeah, that was 2 years ago, the Chrissy, because last year was the grinder year.
That's what I mean.
Chrissy's year was a Tamayo and Flo's. Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yeah, Joe Sirach, and then it ended up being the Spaniard.
Thank you.
Who was the last woman standing at first to make it to the
Leo Marget.
final table.
Hello.
Another killer.
3-6 now. 3-6. Cocktails are here if you need.
Okay, thank you.
No, Leo Marget's was last year.
Was it last year?
Yeah, she was last year with Grinder. Yeah, she was at the Grinder
Okay,
table.
so
because
but that was the same year that Foxen made
no,
it down to the
Foxen was the year
final
before. 2025, Grinder wins. Leo Marget's made the final table. 2024.
Okay, so I had it right that Foxen was 2 years ago, but it wasn't Leo that year. It was the year after.
She was the year
Okay.
after.
Man, I got to tell you,
they all blur together,
with
to be honest.
each successive summer, there's so much more data that we're trying to cram into our noodles.
Yeah.
This cramming top pair and the same gutter that Foxen has is Galen on this 7-6-4 flop.
Bet 600.
$600K in position from a limper pre.
Yeah, with king high, backdoor clubs. Even though it's bottom end straight draw, I don't think she's going anywhere. Or a little more than a big blind.
Turn is the 10. 7, still a good bit of hand here. Chrissy checks it.
And check.
Galen checks it back.
So go to the river.
Double one-liner, right? The 9 or the 5.
And it is a scary card. One of these spots where King High doesn't feel like it has showdown.
No, there's not a lot of hands they could have that you can beat. Most of the unpaired hands make a straight. Guess Queen Jack. Queen highs is it. Wow, snaps her off.
King high, pair of 7s.
I'll tell you what, take a picture, because I can't remember the last time a pot of any consequence was headed toward Galen Hall. And that is just a very welcome and necessary kind of stabilizing outcome for Galen.
Sometimes when things are going bad, you need that, just that one pot to kind of. I know we've talked about how resilient Galen is, but he's still a human, and to just not win a pot does kind of eventually wear on you. So
it's that psychological doom switch that you think has been flipped. 8-9, dominating the 8-7, and finding itself a pair on a king high board. Gut shot for Chrissy. She was the razor pre. Galen slips it over.
yeah, with just bottom pair and this kind of board against an open raise, pretty much all you can do is check here.
$800,000.
Quarter pot follow through here from Foxen. And it's hard to make a pair heads up.
Yeah.
David, it's not the kind of hand that we just step aside from here and now, but obviously the board texture.
And with black 8-9, I think he doesn't really have too many options here other than just call.
200 change.
Sorry.
So the call comes in, another 1.6 into the middle.
And if you're Chrissy and you bet this flop and get called, you know your opponent, their range is likely better than 8 high. I mean, unless they had some low diamonds. So got to decide if you want to just surrender this pot or keep bluffing.
Sandy turn card. Feels to me like these are the moments where Kristen is balancing how much she wants to get after a given pot, and in doing so, if she fails to succeed, considering kind of the implications in terms of letting Hall back into the match, establishing a little momentum for him. So she does end up checking back. Now a board pairing jack puts the front door diamonds out there.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of a hard card for her to bluff because your opponent called you on the flop, and they're going to be calling you a lot of the times with things like diamonds and a jack. Not a lot of hands you can likely get them to fold that called your flop bet. You'd have to do something kind of reckless, like a 2x pot bet maybe or something. She's not going to do any of that. She just surrenders and lets him have it.
Shuts it down. So a mini spin up for Galen here, restoring some faith in the notion that he can win hands against Kristen, which has not been the case of late.
Raised to 1.4 million.
1.4 open from a 10-6 offsuit from Hall.
He's doing a good job of mixing it up. I mean, you're seeing him raise some of these type of hands, limp stronger hands. He's really trying to, like you keep saying, be balanced.
1.4. One change.
King high defends.
Check.
2 clubs, 2 jacks, and a 4. Both parties adrift.
I think I mentioned earlier, these kind of paired boards are really good to continue on in this spot because it's just really hard for your opponent to come along if they don't have something significant.
Well,
King high happens to be the best hand. She could actually look him up with king high.
Is the king high significant enough to continue? Kristen says no. So sure, 10 high snatches one right there, but I think when you just consider, do I really need to fight for every one of these pots, especially these murky ones where I got this king high, as opposed to just let go of a very small one and then get back in the saddle and re-rack.
1 point.
Like some of the restraint being shown.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like she's kind of avoiding the dicey spots.
Yeah. I used to look at kind of these
4.5.
decisions from these very studied pros as we see the decision from Galen Hall to activate with a Jack-5 suited and take another pot as being akin to kind of, these are top-class swimmers, and yet even they prefer not to wade out into the murkier water, right? They can do it, don't get me wrong, but if given the option, they certainly prefer a little bit more clarity.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a lot of like 3-bets like that from him, so that allows him to get away with it with hands, you know, not as strong. If he were doing that all the time, then she would have to adjust. But and look at this, they're getting close to even, 25 to 27 million again.
It just goes to show you how a few medium-sized pots, some patience, you don't need to panic out there, right back into the match.
Raise 1 point.
Difference between first and second place, by the way, is almost $600,000.
And
a bracelet.
A bracelet.
Not to be overlooked.
Not at all. Some would say it's worth more.
How often in one's poker career can they find themselves playing a heads-up freeze-out for those sorts of sums? Certainly those who are regulars on the high-stakes circuits will find themselves in that spot more often, but this is the stuff of dreams for most.
I like it. Limping the Jack deuce, 3-betting the Jack 5.
Yeah, bobbing and weaving a little bit, mixing it up.
And check.
King 6 tray board, not interacting with either of these hands, nor is that 9 of clubs turn. Jack high, still best.
Check.
Either player going for it. Just content to check it. Well, guess it's on Galen. He might go for it here.
And check.
Nope.
No action across flop or turn.
First person to bet at it likely wins it.
Check.
Third check in front of us.
And showdown.
And Galen's going to be able to show Jack high for a winner.
Wow. Neither player went for it.
Well, if you're just joining us here on the WSOP YouTube channel, you've come to the right place for what could be a momentous occasion. If Kristen Foxing can close out here versus the DFS specialist and hedge fund manager who also has quite a few poker accolades on his resume, Galen Hall, Ali Nejad, and David Williams here to close this one out with you from Horseshoe Las Vegas 2026 World Series of Poker. 25K no limit, high roller action.
Wow. He's getting after it, another 3-bet.
Yeah, it seems like a gear shift. Dialing up the aggression.
And with just Jack 7 off. Yep, she's going to give it up.
That'll level the stacks at 26 million.
Crazy. Crazy. And it's like there was no significant pot one.
You're right.
Just chipped right back up. Same way he went down, right? She just kind of chipped him down and he chipped right back up.
Dusty 8 deuce.
So I guess this answers my question. He has 100% on the button. Thought he was, but with 8 deuces in there, they're all in there. Yeah, the difference is, oh my. Oh my.
8-8-4 trips against 8s up here. As Hall limped this one. Kristen slipping it over. And you know,
Board's got to feel great.
Yeah, on these dry boards, especially in a limp pot, this could very much look like a man just trying to continue to string together some W's with a light holding. 600 the figure. One big.
She's coming with the call.
Check.
So another 1.2 in there. Pot grows to 3 million. Backdoor hearts arrive in jack form.
She just doesn't want to catch a king or a 4 if she sees this river. I imagine Galen's going to bet, though. And could just be over. Here goes 3 million. Full-size pot bet.
I mean, they are deep enough to where over would require some real ambition on the part of both of them.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I just meant the hand would be over if.
Ah, yes. If you're in Kristen's seat in this moment, right here in this hand, the fork in the road of calling this 3 million, you are also considering at what frequency you expect, regardless of what the river is, your opponent would be willing to check back, as opposed to bring that third barrel.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard to make that third barrel without something when your opponent has shown they're going to call you. So I think she knows if he were to fire this river, which we can tell you he is with trips, you know, does he have any bluffs? 3-barrel bluffs? I think he does. But still a tough call. I mean, some of those bluffs could have got there. 5-6 got there. 9-10 got there. The jack got there.
So here it is.
8 million.
8 million.
Yeah, not consomme, but gumbo. As the chunky 8 into 9 is ladled out.
It's tough because she knows Galen is capable of getting after it here with just an air ball, just not wanting to surrender this pot. Like, this is not an easy fold by any means, considering her opponent. He would do this with a wide range of hands. I mean, a lot of the hands' value can beat her too, though. You could do this with a jack.
You know, the 7 is actually a little bit troublesome given 5-6.
Right. And 9-10.
Could have been a part of it.
5-6 more likely with that flop, but he could have been just out there making moves, which we've seen him do, and then backed into something.
We're not so worried about 8s and 7s ever bringing this kind of heat, right?
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. It is a limped pot pre-flop, right? So the ranges are all over.
I'm just talking about if he hit the 7 for a pair.
With a
not
set.
pocket 8s, pocket 7s.
So you meant, yeah. I mean, I doubt he's firing this big with 7s trying to get paid, but if he identified that a 4 is there and some random curious ace highs, well, unlikely those, but 4s, he could, but I doubt it. I think she's just trying to figure out what bluffs he has that play it the way he played it, fired 3 streets, bet this big on the river.
Very big decision here.
Pretty hard to find some bluffs here that your opponent could have, at least for me. Again, I can see the cards, though, so I have an advantage.
The Mateo Perez in the chat says, no hedge fund manager is 3 street bluffing. Fold.
I don't think that guy knows Galen. Galen definitely has it in him.
And unfortunately, in this situation, Kristen has it within her as well to make the hero call, but it would be incorrect, as only we can see.
I do like that she's studying her opponent, though.
Yeah, looking for some of the live tells, maybe making use of these time extensions. Fold and fight on 31, playing 21, and that's what she finds.
And then I need
Boy, disappointing, of course, for Galen. But all of a sudden, David, what, 20 minutes? If that? This man is wielding a 10 million chip lead after being out-chipped 3-1?
Yeah. It's a fortunate board for him, 8-8-4 with her having a 4.
Pendulum swinging wildly back into Hall's camp after it flirted with what seemed to be a wave of Fox and Winds, which she was going to ride into a bracelet for a moment. In the aftermath, 9-5 off, limping. Jack 6-4 board. Not hooking up with either of these holdings. King 7 is best after checking back. Hall checks again.
And check.
Couple of brisk checks, and now a 5 on the turn to give Chrissy a pair at the same time that Hall picks up the open ender.
Yeah, this card might get some money in the pot here.
Check.
Imagine Chrissy wants to bet here.
$1.2 million.
I don't think Galen's going anywhere with that king high and the open ender. It'd be interesting if he comes with the check raise here. Tough spot with a 5 if he does. Nope, just calls.
Oh. Hello, 3 of clubs.
That's what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's been all Hall of late. Chrissy was getting value now. She might be getting led into. Let's see, though.
Check.
No. Galen slipping it over. I can't imagine Foxen's going to be firing.
Showdown.
Yeah, she happens to have a hand where she's not going to fire, but he was hoping she had some of the air balls that would fire, or maybe some greedy 2 pairs seeking value.
Not sure how much meat he left on the bone, if any. I feel like with a 4-liner out there, the 5
I think
is
he
more
realized that
inclined
his best chance of making chips was to check. Oh, here we go. The wizard's back.
Digital sorcery from the Silicon Overlords, as Hall of Famer Brian Rast likes to refer to them, the solvers. Dominated 10-7, opens to 1.4 as you get this feeling that the wind is filling Galen Hall's sails right now. Foxen in a good way defends. Pot up to 3.4. Jack 8 trade. Gutters.
For both.
Oh. You know what I'm thinking about.
Oh, my.
If a 9 says hello, especially non-heart.
That would just be disgusting. Chrissy checks it over with no intention of folding, obviously. Galen continues. Oh, wow, meaty bet here. Almost full pot. 3 million into 3.4.
Something we've really not seen much of.
No, it's been
throughout the
tiny bets.
course of this Galen Hall ascent.
I think with just 10 high, he'd be content to just win it here. Sets himself up for some nice hefty turn bets. He can win it if he doesn't improve.
And by the way, you know, Chrissy's been paying attention, cataloging all of the pre-flop and post-flop behaviors attached to the hands that have been seen thus far. And so this is something that's catching her attention.
Yeah, and with queen high and a gut shot, she's not.
Oh, my goodness. Now, it is the heart.
Oh.
Foxen with the flush draw. But this could be the pot.
Oh, my.
Where she takes the chip lead back.
Oh, my. Is she going to lead?
Middle.
Is she thinking about leading here? That's the kind of card where your opponent won't bet for you, so I could see her leading to get money in this pot to set up getting all of it in on the river if he does happen to have something. We can see he has a lot of something.
Yeah, 3.4. The sizing here, and it's small enough that you could see a world in which it would induce Galen Hall, but without a heart in his hand and with 3 hearts
he already
staring him
has
down.
a straight made, and you want your opponent, if she's bluffing or she has something like just a 10 of hearts, you want to allow her to make worse and bet for value or even bluff if she misses on the river. No real reason to raise here in position if you've got a straight.
He agrees. Another 6.8, bringing this pot to 16.2.
Oh my, what a turn. What a turn.
Will this river be clean? Yes, it will.
Dirty, dirty run out.
Is she going to jam?
I mean, that's the only option here, right? There's 16 million in the pot. She's got 11 million.
Sub 1 SPR. And a man that doesn't feel as though he's going to produce hearts across from us.
No, this money has to get all in, and there's just nothing either of them can do about it. Well, nothing Galen can do about it, obviously.
I'll tell you what, he's not going to love this jam.
Wow, he did not insta-call.
No.
There are hearts there, and there's queen 10, so hats off to him for at least thinking about it here. I just don't see any way you can fold yet.
Yeah.
No way, too much hand.
Gosh, what a gut punch that is.
Yeah, that
for
is
Galen Hall.
Disgusting. Just a disgusting situation to run out.
I believe it's 10.65. 5, 7.
And you see Kristen's rail loving this as just like that, back to that near 3-1 chip lead she goes. Cooler City.
Yeah, I mean, that's just speechless. That's just disgusting. Nothing he could do there. Absolutely.
You know that Helmuth versus Doug Polk hand?
No.
Oh.
Is it similar?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Doug folded, but it was a little different. But
0.65.
Doug just realized Helmuth had to have a better straight, and Doug just folded. It was a hand like that. I remember it.
This was on a World Series event?
It was like a televised cash game, I think.
Oh,
and Doug
okay.
had like the 10-7 against like this similar setup of a straight and just folded to Helmuth.
Yeah.
Just said, you got it. It was pretty epic. But, ugh. Kind of, you got to feel for Galen there, just because we've all been there where you
100%.
get a hand that like, what are you going to do? Like the universe just said you're doubling your opponent up.
Yeah. You know, I think for me, it's the way in which it hits you out of left field because he had just been dominating the match, cruising, sailing looked smooth, and all of a sudden, he hits the iceberg.
It's just not your day when that happens. You know what I mean? Like nothing you can do about it. You just have to stay resilient and say, you know what? It's just wasn't supposed to win that hand. Let's see if he can stay composed. Ooh, hello.
Red aces for Kristen as the tide has turned.
Oh, just a little limp city.
Oh, hang on. Ace-4 for Galen.
He's got about 20 bigs.
He's not thinking about
All in.
About ripping here, is he? Oh my God, he says all in. He's run into it.
This is just, come on. Come on. After that last hand, come on.
Well, no sooner does he hit the iceberg than it looks like his boat is going to capsize.
I mean, what a ridiculous 2 hands. Right after that to pick up aces and limp it. Masterful.
about 5 spades.
What a boss.
Galen calling for 5 spades.
What a boss. Oh, goodness.
Diamond's not going to bail him
Sub
out here
1%.
as Chrissy has that covered and very easily could have this bracelet on her wrist on the turn.
Oh, my. What an insane turnaround. I'm speechless.
It's a wrap. Kristen Foxen has won the 25K high roller and earned her 6th career World Series of Poker bracelet.
Congratulations, Kristen Foxen. That's incredible.
$1.8 million going to go home with her. And how proud Alex Foxen is as he comes right on over.
But this is perfect timing.
I walked away for like 2 minutes.
2 minutes on break. Come on, bro. We ain't worried about that break.
I mean, that is the power couple
Without the club, though.
of poker right there.
No club.
Amazing job.
Wow.
She
What a
played
couple
so
hands.
damn well.
By the way, Galen Hall, props to him. Not nearly as polished of late.
Yes.
Splitting his time with other endeavors and yet looked
You should've
very
picked
much
me.
like a man who was
Foxen.
just riding a bike out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, man, that
Thank
was
you. Oh my God.
incredible.
Thank
What
you.
an
Very
incredible
lucky.
fight.
So lucky. Thank you.
7-figure score for him as well.
You're right.
Number 6 on the hat. I was hoping. I was dreaming for you.
Amazing.
Adding near
Thank you
$1.2
so much.
million
Thank you very
to
much.
the
I think you did.
7.1 that he had in career live earnings coming into this one. But the story, of course, that's going to reverberate and ripple throughout the high-stakes community is this unbelievable stretch for Kristen Foxen.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming.
You can see the disappointment on Galen, and if you blame her, I mean, that's just a...
Israel looks shell-shocked. He went from chip leading it
Thank you so much. Thank you.
to being out chip 3-1 to being out of there
in 2 hands.
In 2 hands.
Now we can talk.
Incredible.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Whew.
Alex, you
Thank
come
you.
up here too. Yeah.
And we're going to get her on Countdown tomorrow.
Kristen, you stand here.
Thank you.
Okay, okay.
So there is a look at how it all shook out at the final table of this one, which began last night. Wisprad, Kalio, Soika, Shishka, Moron, Weissman, Ding Biao, and then you saw the heads-up match coming to a close in swift fashion and violent at that, with Kristen Foxen planting her flag at the top. Incredible.
Can't help but be happy for Kristen, though. That, what a performance.
She is at the top of her game, and that's saying something because that's a multi-time GPI Player of the Year there, and
that's the 4th 7-figure score since September or whatever. She's just crushing.
Oh, wow. You said 8. Did you say I would play him heads up?
No, I was wrong about that part. But
Oh,
Alex
and he's playing online.
Kristen taking their places down there at the final time. I thought Alex had to go.
He
He had
said
2
he got
minutes
2
left
minutes
on
for a
break,
break.
but you know what?
She gave him the look.
It's all right. Yeah, you better not walk
F your
away.
break, dog.
Let's send it down to Jeff.
Somehow we were able to drag Alex away from not only the 2K that's going on right now, the blinds are 500 1K, but also the online tournament that he's playing on his phone to join us. Take me through that roller coaster ride of emotions just during that heads-up match.
Oh my God. I mean, heads up is always so tense. And, you know, started off for him, and then it kind of went my way, and then it was going his way, and then just like 2 hands. I mean, obviously I coolered him pretty hard, and yeah.
You've taken a somewhat of a new approach to high rollers. How do you think that's benefited you?
Yeah, I think, let's see. Sorry, it's so
That's
hard
okay.
to even think.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, my poker journey has been kind of interesting the last few years. I've had some big moments that, you know, didn't go my way, and in a way it's like a blessing because it's like the worst case happened. So then I didn't have any fear anymore, right? Because it's like, this happened, and, you know, I know what to do and I can do it, and just kind of learn to go in with, you know, a more relaxed attitude and have fun most of all.
And with that said,
Yeah.
how much does a World Series of Poker bracelet mean to you?
Honestly, like, it's so surreal. I was thinking, when was the last time that I won a bracelet in person? And I don't think I've won a bracelet in real life since we've been together. So this is actually my first one as a couple.
As
yes,
a Foxen.
yes. And yeah, it really means a lot, especially the 25K. This was, you know, a tough field, a tough final table. It was just, you know, obviously I ran incredibly well, as any winner of a tournament does.
Sure.
But yeah, this one means so much.
Now, usually I would be proud to hand you a bracelet.
Yes.
But with Alex here, we don't get to do this often. So since we pulled him away from all his other tournaments, I'm going to put you on the spot. Say whatever you want to say, however long, however short, and then you have the honor of presenting Kristen with her 6th bracelet.
Well, for one, I'll start by saying that there's not anyone in the field who deserves this more than you. And I'm extremely excited for you, happy for you. I couldn't be more proud. So you deserve this a lot. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Kristen Foxen, ladies and gentlemen, wins her 6th bracelet at the 25K high roller.
It's us, baby.
Good job. Here we go.
Thank you.
Incredibly touching moment.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well orchestrated there by Jeff, top class.
They're
in
cool
reference
this
to
year.
both
Yeah, they are
that
really
decision and, of
I like
course, the performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sweet. That was really cool.
Good on Alex, by the way.
He's blinding out of 2 bracelet events at once right now. The 2K No Limit and the online bracelet.
And he's
event.
not even thinking about it. I
No,
promise you
of course
that.
not.
Let's think
Little
about
bit.
tomorrow, where the 25K 6 Max will have its final table coming your way at 6 o'clock local time. Certainly was a wild ride here tonight. A tough act to follow for that crew, but I'm sure they're going to give it their best shot. Thanks so much for joining us. That's our time for today. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas, I'm my man David Williams. This is Ali Najad saying so long from the World Series, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm on time. Early, actually.